Hello, everyone. I am so excited that you're joining us. The lighting is a little bit dark. I'm going to make sure I fix that in a second. But anyway, I'm so happy that you guys are joining us right now for Faith and Finance Girls Royalty. It is just, I'm just excited. I'm really, really excited. We're going to be announcing all the giveaway winners. I have everyone. We're going to pick them live. So I have everything ready right here, so I can write everyone's names down. And hold on for a quick second. Okay, we're good. So yeah, I'm going to write everyone's names down as we pick. We're going to be using random.org, and basically we're going to insert the number of winners. Like for instance, for week 1, we had 88 entries. Oh, I love it. So we had 88 entries, and so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, 10 people are going to win one of Aisha Taylor's 5 plus 5 effing phenomenal ways to save. 10 people are going to win those books. So make sure I don't sound like I'm cursing, but 10 people are going to win those books. And so I've written down the 1 through 10, and we're just going to, I'm going to type it into random.org and just say 1 to 88, and we're going to just pick 10, well, it's going to pick 10 numbers, and there we go. But before we get to all that, before we even talk about the giveaways and things like that, we really want to get into the information. You came here for the information. You did not come here for the giveaways, even though that's a great thing to have. You really came here because we all need the information. And we have an amazing panel that's going to kick off this 6 to 9 p.m. amazing set. So this is going to be a whole thing, just a whole bunch of panelists and everyone. It's going to be amazing. So what we have is we have 3 amazing ladies who are going to be joining us, and their names are Aisha Taylor, Carrie Pink, and Arian Maccabee. And so they're going to, first of all, they're going to talk, just give you a little more information about themselves, because we want you guys to get to know them first. And after they give some information about themselves, we're going to throw in some questions, because a lot of you guys submitted. We got over, I believe we're at 53 right now questions. So we want to definitely dive into the questions so that you can get more information about your, how to, deal with your financing, budgeting, investments, and things like that. Okay, so we're going to kick it off with Aisha. And Aisha, you can unmute your mic, and you can just tell ladies just a little bit more about you and, effing phenomenal and your book and things like that.
Hi, ladies. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you, Genesis, for inviting me. I'm really happy to be here and with you guys right now. So just to give you a little bit about myself, my name is Aisha Taylor, and I am the founder of FM Phenomenal, Frugal and Phenomenal. And what I do is I help women to understand that their self-worth is not dependent on their financial worth. And what I mean by this is to really help women break free of the shackles that sometimes they can start to think about, is that, who they are is determined by what they are wearing, who they hang out with, and things like that. So really I help women to understand who they are as a person, what they really like to do, and just to develop their own authenticity, and then to teach them the tools that they need in order to become financially free. And so the reason why I do this is just because I'm passionate about helping people and giving back, because I myself at one point really had low self-esteem and low self-confidence, but I hid that. I was really unsure of myself because I wasn't wearing name brand clothes, and because when I was a kid I used to get teased for wearing stuff that was secondhand and also stuff that did not have a name brand associated with it. I vividly remember one day when I was just in an activities room with a bunch of kids, and the kids looked at me, laughed, and started pointing because I wasn't wearing name brand shoes. And what that did was that just kicked off like a string of activities that I struggled with and emotions that I had to struggle with until I was way grown, and it resulted in me charging up a lot of credit card debt because I was spending money in order to fit in. And it wasn't until I was able to really get secure in who I was and to really learn and understand who I was, that was when I was able to make the shift that resulted in me changing my finances. And so I'm just passionate about helping women to either avoid that trap or get out of that trap. So that is what I do. FM Phenomenal is a financial empowerment company. So that is it.
Great. Okay, so now we're going to turn over to Carrie. And Carrie, you can tell us a little bit more about what you do, your brand, and just give us more information about who is Carrie Pink.
Sure, absolutely. So, Genesis, I first want to say thank you so much for having me here with you guys tonight. This is a wonderful panel of ladies, and I'm excited to hear all that everyone else is going to share also. So, CarriePink.com is a meld of fashion and finance. I call myself, or I was dubbed by someone else, and I adopted the title, the fashion and financial stylist. So basically, what I do is I feel that women, we are attached to our wardrobes. We're attached to our clothes. And what better way to understand a woman and her spending habits than going in her closet? Mm-hmm. So in my mind, the woman's closet is the gateway to her financial situation. And it's also a sneak peek or a snapshot into her spending habits, because you'll have in one corner of the closet the outfits that you bought and you swore you were going to wear, and they still have the tags on them. Mm-hmm. Off to the side. Or on the other side, you have those jeans that will never fit again, but you just refuse to let them go. So for me, I feel like I want to help women transform the way that they manage not only their closets and their fashion sense, but also their financial sense. And the way that I do that is I show women how to, one, organize their closets, because I follow Pareto's law, where 20% of your whatever it is, what 20% of your money, 20% of your customers, 20% of your outfits really are responsible for 80% of your results. And so I help women purge their closets and figure out the best items that they need to keep, and also use that same strategy that I use to purge a closet. So it's the making the piles of this doesn't fit, this needs to be repaired, this needs to be given away. I use that same strategy to help women analyze and repair their financial situation. So we comb through, the same way I comb through someone's closet piece by piece, I comb through people's finances line item by line item and figure out what needs to be put to the side, what needs to be eliminated, what needs to be reduced. And from there, it helps you live a more fabulously rich life, and you'll be fashionably fabulous as well as financially fabulous. So that's pretty much what I do in a nutshell.
Okay, wow, that's great. Okay, so now we're going to turn it over to Ariane, and she's going to tell us. Actually, I had met her through one of our prayer team members, and I love her story. She has a great story on how she really became financially savvy, and she just has a great story. So I'm going to turn over to her. And Ariane, you can unmute your mic if you can, or I'll do it for you, and you can tell our women more about what do you do and how do you help women? Let's just make sure everything is unmuted though before we go forward, okay? So I'm going to turn it over to her one quick second, and we're going to make sure that she's good to go. Can you unmute on your end, Ariane, please? Yeah. Let's see. And there we go. Okay. I know why I did it. Okay, there we go. Now showing broadcast. Okay. Are you able to talk? Okay.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. There we go. Good. Go.
There we go. Good. You can hear me?
Yep, you're good.
You can hear me? Can you hear me now? I don't know.
Yep, you're good to go.
Okay, good. All right. Hi, everyone. Okay, so I'm Ariane, and I guess I kind of have an unconventional story is what I like to call it. I'm not, an accountant or a certified financial planner or anything like that, but a couple of years ago, having student loans, I had medical bills, credit card debt, just a lot of stuff going on, and I just got tired. I'm like, there has to be more to life than just, living paycheck to paycheck and all this debt and getting those little overdraft cards in the mail. And so I stumbled upon Financial Peace University, which is a program by Dave Ramsey, and I went to my church with it, and I'm like, what better way, as I was trying to get myself out of debt, was join in with some other people who were passionate about the same thing. And so we went through that program together, and I've actually had everything paid off outside of my house for the last 2 years now. And so since then, I've just been kind of feeding into others and trying to help them live a debt-free lifestyle. And it's not about how much money you have or don't have. It's like, okay, let me maximize the resources that I have and work with what I got. And so my passion is just to see people live debt-free as best they can. So that's about it. That's about it.
Okay, so now we're going to, oh, you know what, I'm hearing something. Hold on, guys. Okay, that was not on my end. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna mute you, Ariane, real quick. Oh, there we go. Okay, ooh. Okay, so now we're going to turn over to some questions. We got a lot of questions again. We got over 53 right now. So if you want to send in your questions, you can. We will try to answer them as best as we can at another time. So what I did was I picked a few questions, and I didn't just pick them like 1, 2, 3. I try to, you know, kind of randomly go through just so that, you know, we were fair. So I'm going to start off with a few, and let's just kick it off, okay? The first question is, and again, we're just going to throw it up in the air. Whoever wants to answer it can. We also got some questions that, Aisha, I believe you had answered from week 1, but I guess they wanted to, other people, they inserted some questions. So let's kick this thing off, shall we? I think we shall. So first question is, I'm trying to do. Okay, should I overpay on my mortgage? Should I overpay on my mortgage? So anyone can unmute their mics and answer that. Should I overpay on my mortgage?
I think I'll kick that one off and then let the other girls chime in. I think that one is a big it depends, because if you're debt-free and you have a mortgage, that's one thing. But if you're not debt-free, if you have credit card debt, or if you have any other type of unsecured debt, then you definitely need to pay off that first. Because I know I have a mortgage, right? And I actually stopped my overpayment because I thought that money would be better served with paying down other things that had higher interest rates. So I, for one, would say if you have credit card debt, pay that first. Take that extra money that you would have paid on your mortgage and pay it on your credit card debt. Because let's be realistic, how long are you going to live in a house? So if you think that you're going to end up selling the house, then definitely use it to get debt free in other areas first. But if you plan on being there longer term and the interest rate's high, then take some extra money and pay it on that.
Okay, I'll jump in on that question too, actually. I think I agree with Aisha on, it depends on how long you're going to be in that house, right? If you already have a family and this is your permanent residence, you're not going to move, because most people move out of their home and sell within 7 to 10 years. If you know that this is where you're going to lay your roots and you're going to be in this house for at least 15 years, then I would say one extra mortgage payment a year will help you pay off your mortgage. They say if you add that up over time, it helps you pay off your mortgage 5 years earlier. If you want to pay it off in less than that, then you try to make 2 extra payments a year and figure out if you want to break that down throughout the year and add it on incrementally small. You can do that too. I think it depends on the situation. It doesn't make sense to rush and pay off a mortgage if you have other outstanding debt that could be paid off faster and has a higher interest rate. You want to analyze your situation and really ask yourself some questions before you make that decision.
Okay, Ariane, do you want to chime in, or shall we move on to the next question? I can't answer this question.
Yeah, they said exactly what I was going to say. It depends. It's situational, from the Dave Ramsey thing. The thing that he talks about is doing a debt snowball. So if there are things that are outstanding, like credit cards and all of that, definitely take care of that stuff first, and the mortgage can wait. But if you have all that other stuff weighing yourself down, clear that out, build up a emergency savings account, do all of that stuff first, and then worry about paying off the mortgage.
Okay, great. I hear myself. Someone needs to mute. Okay, okay. So let's move on to the next question. Okay, what can I do? And Aisha, we had actually gotten this question before. This is about the healthcare. People are really concerned. Matter of fact, out of the 53 questions that we got, actually not 54 because thank God our Google Sheets are updated live. So out of the questions, we at least got, I would say, we at least got, because I highlighted them, we at least got 6 about this healthcare, about dealing with the cost of healthcare. It is really concerning a lot of people. Now, I signed up, and see, I'm a single person. I don't have a husband. Lord, wish I wish I would. But, I don't have a husband. I don't have, so it was pretty easy for me to sign up. But for a lot of people, it was very hard to pick a healthcare plan, especially if you had already sick family members, if you have a large family, to really pick a healthcare plan that you can actually put into your budget. For a lot of people, they were set with a certain budget, and their budget was already tight. Now, some of their healthcare plans have been canceled because it was not enough or it wasn't a sufficient amount. And so now they're having to add on a plan that actually for them, it really does cost too much. And they're trying to figure out how to budget that in. So the question that I picked was, I thought it was a very good question. I thought it was very, not easy to tackle, but I think it was just a very good question. So this question is, okay, how do I begin to prepare for budgeting for healthcare? It's already cutting into my budget, and I have a mother that is about to go in for chemo. Now, I do not know how much chemo. I can only assume that it is extremely high, and I'm sure with the healthcare plan that the person may currently have, I really don't know, whether it's, I really can't answer that. So, I'm going to give it to our panel. How would someone budget in their healthcare costs, or basically overall healthcare costs, medical bills, when their budget is already tight? What can they do? So who wants to answer that question?
Okay, I'll kick it off. This question is actually very timely for me because I just quit my job that I've had for the last almost 6 years, right? My last day was on Friday, and now I'm in the same situation as the person who just asked the question, because previously I had only been paying like $20 a month towards my healthcare plan with my employer, and now I'm actually looking into COBRA, and I'll probably do COBRA for the next couple of months until I figure out exactly what healthcare plan that I'm going to do. But it was me going from $20 a month that was directly taken out my check to now I'm going to be paying $250 a month for my healthcare, and it is definitely a huge leap that I was not planning to pay for. And so because of how fast everything happened, I ended up getting a better opportunity that was more in line with my passion, and it was honestly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I just jumped, put in my 2 weeks, and I'm gone, right? And it really did not give me a lot of time to research the healthcare plans to figure out what will work for me. So one of the things that I am personally doing is going back to the drawing board with how I spend my money. I'm taking the time to go through Mint.com. As a matter of fact, I have healthcare with my current job that I don't have to pay $250 for a month until April 30th. So I'm taking this weekend to comb through my expenses using Mint.com and really start to think about where do I have money leaks in my spending plan. And then I'm also going back and reanalyzing some of the things that I had previously ignored and I considered untouchable with the stuff that I value, like my cable. So now I'm taking the time to really evaluate, do I need the cable package that I need, because I have to come up with that $250, right? And one of the other things that I'm doing, and I know the person who submitted the question isn't necessarily in the same position, but I'm trying to minimize how long that I'm actually going to be on COBRA, and I'm just going to take the time to research which plans could better fit within my budget. But I say all that to say that when you have to take on additional expense, whether it's healthcare, whether it's anything, first of all, you have to go back to the drawing board. And like Carrie was saying, you have to comb through your spending line item by line item. Figure out what you really need, what you really don't need, and really get conscious about how you swipe your credit card. And I'll be interested to see what Ariane says, because she did the Dave Ramsey course because of the cash method that he preaches. So that would be my advice. Get back, clean sheet budget, and then start to reallocate your spending towards it. And also try and find the least expensive plan that you can find that meets your needs and also meets the law.
Okay, is there anyone else who wants to chime in for this?
Yeah, I can add a few things to that. I mean, along the same guidelines. So as far as, what are the priorities? If you're not doing, I would assume that you're doing a budget to even know, I only have $50 extra to spare on healthcare, what have you. So, I mean, the budget is going to be the biggest thing. And then say, okay, what are the priorities here? Is it your rent, cable, how much is your cell phone bill, and label, okay, what things are actually luxuries? I mean, my cell phone bill is crazy. I thought about it the other day. I was like, why am I paying $100 for a cell phone bill? And is it really necessary? And so we just have to really look at the luxuries that we have and what are the necessities. And if healthcare is a necessity, then that's got to come first. It really does. I mean, for some people who are young and healthy, they can have a high deductible plan that's really minimal, but for someone who actually needs to use it, it is going to cost a little more. So my advice would be really to sit down, go through the budget. If you can, knock out some of those luxuries that seem like they're necessities and see if you have some extra cash flow there, I would definitely do that.
Okay, so who is it? Does anyone else want to chime in? Because I can't say anything about this. So this is for the experts. Does anyone have anything that they would like to say about this?
I really don't have much to add on that. And it's a slippery slope because it does get really expensive. I would say if that person has children, then there are a lot of options that they can look into, at least to help cover their children. That is a minimal expense. Once you start covering adults, especially if you have to cover, like if you're a married couple and you have to cover yourself and a male, for whatever reason, men are just way more expensive to insure for health insurance than women. And I'll give my own, personal example. I'm married. My husband, when he was laid off from his job maybe 4 years ago, when I had to take him on to my insurance, it doubled the cost of my insurance. And I had 3 children on my insurance. But him alone, it was the same cost as me and 3 kids. So so it's a slippery slope. You just have to look at all your options, see what's available if you have children, if you're just a single person. If you're a freelancer, you can look into the freelancers union. They have insurance that they offer that's at the public market. But that's really all I have on that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's I would really suggest that you try to I could basically go with the other team, make sure that you're looking at your budget. We're all taking pictures right now, so just make sure that you look at your budget, take a picture of your budget, make sure you're seeing, really what you can cut back on. And just like Aisha said, I'm not Aisha, I'm Ariane, look at where your luxuries are. If you have all these subscriptions to Elle, Vogue, and Essence, and Ebony, and you know that you can save some money cutting back there, and, just try to cut back there. If you know that you take too many trips to Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts, well, maybe you need to buy some coffee at home, and those are just little ways that you can cut back. Okay, so let's go to the next question. Okay, this is a good one. We actually got some personal emails about bad credit. So here's one that I picked. My credit is beyond horrible, yet I'm tight in my pockets. How can I begin to raise my credit score when it's near non-existent? Oh, wow. When it's near non-existent. How can I raise when it is near not? I'm guessing that it must be really, really low. So low that it's non-existent. So what can a person do, especially when they're tight in their budget? What can they do? Who wants to kick this one off?
I'll go first. Been there. Okay, so first thing you want to do is get your credit reports from all three major bureaus and comb through every single report. What you want to look for is anything that's wrong. You want to look for anything that's more than 7 years old. And you want to just look for things that are not yours. That's number one. So I went in 2002, many, many years ago. I took my credit score from a 520 to a 720 in 24 months. And literally, it just was me going through, writing letters religiously, following up religiously on errors, things that were old, asking them to prove that the accounts were mine. If those companies changed hands and they don't do well with their documentation and they can't prove to you that an account is yours anymore, it has to be deleted by law within 30 days of you notifying them of the error. I mean, there's so many things you can do. And then from there, you just want to, once you do that and get rid of anything that's possible to be removed without you having to pay a dime first, do that first. Then once you have everything that's left and yours, and anything that's outstanding in collections, charged off, anything that's charged off, I say forget about it, because paying it doesn't help you anyway. Anything that's in collections, you want to try to pay. Figure out the most minimal payment plan they will accept and make it religious, right? So set it and forget it until it's paid off, and then move on to the next thing. It's a process to get credit fixed. There is no quick fix scheme for credit. It just doesn't exist. It takes time to build and rebuild what may have been damaged or lost.
Okay, do we have anyone else who would like to chime in on raising your credit, raising it to the roof? Anyone else? Any takers?
And Carrie did an excellent job at giving you guys the blueprint to raise it. And the only thing that I would add to that is just make sure that when you're doing that, you're paying on time. Like Carrie said, set it and forget it. With the payments that you're making in order to pay off some things that are in collection, make sure you pay that on time. But then also your existing bills that might not be in collections yet, just pay it on time. And then also, as you're working through that, the other thing is don't charge it back up, because a lot of times we fall into the trap of we pay off a credit card bill and the next thing you know we charge it back up. And I'm telling you, I had to have paid off my credit cards 3 or 4 times before I finally got the memo, stop charging. So that would be the only other thing that I would add, is just make sure you fix and you address some of the issues that got you there in the first place and pay your bills on time.
Okay, Ariane, would you like to chime in as well before we go to the next question?
Yeah. Yes. I would also say, I guess in regards to what Carrie was saying as well, make a target list of. You definitely have to go through the credit reports to see what's out there. I mean, I've had things that were on my report that were wrong, and you don't have to pay somebody to clean up your credit for you. If things are wrong, you can draft the letter and send the letter in, and they'll clear it. You don't have to pay someone. I almost got, roped into that one time, and someone was like, you don't have to pay. So I did it myself, and that's fine. And then once you see what's outstanding, make a target list. You got to start somewhere. You may not be able, if there's 13 things outstanding, you might not be able to hit all 13, but start with one thing, and then don't be afraid to call the companies and negotiate with them. Be like, look, here's what I have to spare this month. I can pay you an extra $5 a month. Don't be afraid to try to negotiate and have them work with you, because they will. Some of them will.
Okay, I think that's great advice. Okay. So let's go to the next question. We have one more. Let's do 2 more, and then we'll go to the giveaway winners. Okay. This next question is, I am 20 years old, currently in college. I'm looking to expand my income. Is stocks and investments a good place to start? I already have a job off campus.
I'll kick it off. So she said she already has a job off campus, and she's asking if stocks and investments are a good way to expand her income. So one of the things that I would say is, and I know I sometimes sound like a broken record, is if you're looking at stocks and investments, I think that that's excellent to definitely start early, because the earlier you start, the less money that you can put in, and the more money you'll have when you're ready to take it out. But you have to recognize that stocks and investments are risky, and they're a long-term strategy. So if you're looking to make extra money now, stocks and investments might not be a good way to make the extra money now, because you have to look at it as a long-term investment. And the other thing that I would say is, do you have debt, right? Do you have credit card debt? Do you have other outstanding bills that you need to pay? Because you really need to address that first, and just make sure everything else in your finances is good before you start to look at stocks and investments.
Okay, does anyone else want to chime in?
I would just add to that if if this is someone who's has no debt and they're looking for ways to make extra income, they should think about what they can offer. What is it that you can offer that you can charge for, right? So, I remember being 20 years old and I was doing hair, I was bartending, and I had a regular job. So you have to think about what is it that you can do that'll help you make extra money. And when I was doing hair, I was charging whatever price I wanted to charge. So that's the way that you're going to make extra income. You have to find a resource that's going to provide that income for you. I don't know if I would recommend stocks and investments either, because they are risky, and depending on what her goals are, it may not be the best. It may not be the best situation for her to put herself into, depending on what she wants to do next. But that not to say that if that's what she really wants to do, there are definitely ways for her to do that and start small and build over time. There was an article I read on LearnVest where a woman started investing in stocks $10 to $20 a week. And in 6 years, she had done $10,000 invested capital and had made over $50,000. So it adds up if she wants to start small. But I don't look at that as an income stream. It's an investment strategy for a later purpose. If she's looking for income, she has to think of what is it besides her job, what is it that she can do? Can she grade papers? Can she, I don't know. There's an entrepreneurial answer to that question that she should look for.
Okay, Ariane, do you have anything you'd like to add for this?
No, just basically what Carrie and Aisha said, is this a long-term or a short-term thing? If she's looking to build up something really quickly, that's not going to be, the best way to go about that, especially if she, unless she's trying to be a day trader and she has all the time to watch it like that. No, definitely would not recommend that, and like you said, really look at what the bigger picture is. Does she have savings set aside first? Can she make extra money doing some other things? So it's really going to depend on, is this a short-term thing or a long-term thing? But my guess at that age would definitely be to build up, savings and all of that, and find some ways to build extra money really quickly by, some other kind of side job or something else.
Mm-hmm.
I would also add, there you go. I would also add with that, being in college. Okay, number one, you should try to see if you can get a job on campus, like a side job. A lot of times too, if you look on whether it's like student centers, a lot of people, they post little jobs for college students, and I'm sure that's probably how you got your job off campus. Try to see if there's any contract jobs that you can get temporarily in the area that may be 3 to something months, something that you can get, because again, for college, this isn't like a full year salary. You're not going to be on campus the whole time. You have summer break and things like that. And then if you're trying to add an internship, you're probably not going to be there. So try to see if you can just find some contract jobs. See if you can be like a tutor. That is an easy way to make money. Try to find someone who's really not good at studying. Find someone who's getting F's in your class, and then just be like, you know what, I can tutor you for this much. Okay, I'm telling you, it works. I've had friends do that. You just find all the F-bombers in class and just make a quick business card and just, pass them out. And and of course, you have to know your stuff, so you should be an A student though. But that's a great way to raise some income as well. So, just kind of look around. Do not go to Craigslist looking for a job. Try to do it the right way first, before you kind of launch out into the deep. But just like our panelists said, those, investments are really long term. And, if you're looking to get side income, you're not going to get that from investments. And also, you have to have something to invest with, too. So if you have an extremely tight budget, you're not going to have any really investment money. So you just want to be smart about that. Okay, one more question, and then we're going to go to our giveaways. Again, guys, I'm sorry. I'm trying to answer as many questions as we can. Okay. We got that one, Oh. Okay. How much should I set aside in my emergency fund? That's a good, nice way. A good question. I would say 1,000, but who wants to turn this one over? How much should I set aside in my emergency fund? And let's add this question on since it's easy. Let's add this question on too. How should I divide my incoming money? How should I know, Aisha? I know, Ariane, you're going to already know this question. But as my money comes in and I'm doing my budgeting, how should I divide up my money? How much should be set aside for savings? And if you're a Christian, of course, you have tithing, so that's 10%. So how should I divide up my money as a Christian? Okay, let's go.
So I'll kick this one off. So this is how I feel about savings. I'm a big fan. I actually tend to recommend more the 6 months of expenses in order to save. I know you can hear anywhere from 3 to 8. My personal preference is 6, especially if you're a single person, because what the recession told a lot of people is that sometimes if you lose a job, it does take a really long time to find another one. So I think that if you have about 6 months of expenses, it'll make you feel pretty secure. One of the other things that I do is, in addition to emergency fund, I actually have a just-in-case fund that I keep about anywhere between $500 and $1,000 in. And the reason why I do that is there are things that come up all the time. And I'm not talking about semi-annual expenses that you forgot to budget. I mean, sometimes something might happen with your car. Like if you get a nail in your tire, you need to replace your tire. Things like that you don't necessarily plan on, but it could potentially come up. So that way, that gives you a little bit of a cushion to fix those things without digging into your emergency fund, is what I typically look at, is when something bad or catastrophic happens and like you're without a job or you have to take some time off from your job. That's the way I look at it. And personally, in terms of setting up your money, I am a tither, so I definitely tithe 10%. And then the other thing that I do is I invest, I think I invest 15% of my income. And in terms of emergency funds, I think I save about another 10% from there. So I give a huge percent of my income in terms of just covering certain financial goals. And so one of the things that I did want to mention too is, while you're considering how you're going to come up with that money for your emergency fund, you definitely need to start small. And I think you've heard that as a recurring theme throughout all of the ladies on the panel. It's like you have to start somewhere. You definitely start small and snowball it up. Like you get in the habit of saving, and then as you can add on and you build up. And then next thing you know, you definitely have a big savings. Next thing you know, you're debt free and things like that. So I know we're doing a book giveaway later, but the 5+5 book, I definitely provide 10 different strategies in there that allow you to start small and build up. I know Genesis is going to be giving away some copies of that book.
I'll jump in next, actually, and I'll probably differ from what you'll hear most people say when it comes to emergency funds. For me, I think anything beyond $5,000 is no longer an emergency. This is a problem or a lifestyle change. So off the top, I invest 20% of my take home. I think a lot of people have this sort of 50, 30, 20 rule, where this 50% go to all your living expenses, 20% your savings or investing, and then 30% goes to fund. Mine is actually the reverse. So I'm at 50% living expenses, 30% saving and investing, and then 20% fund. But for me, I think $5,000 in the emergency fund is sort of, because I have a family and I have children, that's sort of my threshold. Anything beyond that, I feel is not an emergency. And if I come across something that's a real lifestyle shift or change that I need to address, and if that means I have to liquidate an investment to do it, then that's what I would have to do. So because of where we are right now in the banking industry, I don't recommend anyone keeping $20,000 in an emergency fund sitting collecting dust, because that money over time, if that emergency or that job layoff doesn't come, you have now foregone tons of ROI. Like it's I think about myself, like in the past 2 years, I've invested probably, I don't know, $20,000 into the stock market, and it's grown to over $50,000 already in 2 years because of where the market was at the time that I started doing it. And I could have taken that cash and put it aside into a savings account, but then I would still only have $20,000 today. So my strategy is a little bit different. It's not typical to what you'll hear most people recommend. I think for emergency funds, you build your emergency fund if you can find a solid investment and you are comfortable taking an amount of risk, a moderate amount of risk, then you invest and build your emergency fund through your stock portfolio. And if the emergency comes, then you find which investment you're going to liquidate to handle it, which is as easy as going to the bank and pulling out cash nowadays.
Okay. Does anyone else want to chime in on this?
Yes, I'll bring up the rear on this. And just for me, because I've gone through the Dave Ramsey program, the very first thing that we were supposed to do was to put aside and build up $500 to $1,000. That was like our beginning emergency fund, and we just had that sitting there. So as we were paying off debts and snowballing credit cards, loans, and all of that, if something happened to come up, like your car broke down, you would be able to use cash in order to take care of that emergency instead of adding on to the debt you were already trying to clear out. And then once all of your debts were cleared off, well, then you move on to, now I've got to build up 3 to 6 months worth of savings. Like Aisha was saying, if you happen to lose your job, I mean, it's just me. I don't have, a husband and kids. So if something happened job-wise, I got to figure out how to take care of me. So I'm, working on that, but at a minimum, 3 months, and that is in cash, something that you can get to. It's not if in your 401k or whatever. It's something that you can actually get to and draw out of and use in those emergency settings. And as far as the budgeting piece, 10% goes to God off the top. So my tithe is there, and then between another 10 to 20%. That goes to the savings or investments, and then whatever's left over, 60 to 70%, that's on me. So, my recommendation is, God is first. So that's 10% right there. And then the rest of the 90 is really going to depend on, okay, what's your saving looking like? How much can you invest? What do you need to spend on, and all of that, and budget from that way.
Okay, I think that's great suggestions. Oh, lighting is so much better. Thank you, Jesus. Okay, so now we're going to go to the giveaways. And so I used Random Generator to pick our numbers, and the numbers were 20, 5, 2, 14, 49, 42, 67, 43, 11, and 71. So we had 88 people who, that's the reason why the numbers are so varied. So I'm going to go, we use Punch Tab as our giveaway. If you're ever trying to do giveaways, Punch Tab is like the greatest. So, or Rafflecopter. But so we use a Punch Tab, so I'm going to Punch Tab, and so now I'm going to go through the numbers. So number 20 is Desirea Wilkinson. So shout out to her, and you will be contacted via, because you guys all had to use your email to even enter, so you will be contacted via email. Number 5 is Paula Hageman. Shout out to Paula Hageman. Okay. Number 2 is Shamika Mattress. So shout out to her. Shout out to Shamika Mattress. And again, you will be winning your 5+5 effing Phenomenal Ways to Save by Aisha Taylor. And then number 14 is Kristen Walker. So shout out to her. And then 49 is Chrissy Montez. Again, Chrissy Montez. And then number 42 is Kim, okay, make sure I can say this right. Kim Cassia Morgan. I love these names. And then 67, it is Kay Odoko. Number 43 is Kim Cassia Morgan, so I guess you're getting 2 copies. Shout out to that. 11 is Jasmine Alano. And then finally is 71. And 71 is Chrissy Montez again. Shout out, you guys did a lot then. Okay, so 2 people got 2 copies, so hey, shout out to that. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're actually going to give you guys, we're going to do the first giveaway, okay, because we're about to transition. So this is how you can get the very first giveaway. Okay, so I got all these awesome stuff behind me, as you can see. Okay, so we have 3 different items, and I'm going to stand up. Okay, so the first one that we're going to give away is the, let me like back up so you guys can see it. Okay, so the first item that we're going to give away is going to be the purse. Okay, so inside the purse, you get a whole bunch of stuff, as I have stuffed inside the purse. You will get, this is called our, this is our business package. So you're going to get 4 books on Running with the Giants by John Maxwell. You're going to get The Christian Entrepreneur by Michael R. Davis. Dale Carnegie's book, How to Develop Self-Confidence and Influence People by Public Speaking, because you're going to need that if you want to run a business. And you're going to need Integrity in the Workplace by Steve Marr. Okay, so to get this giveaway, and the panelists, you can enter if you would like to. Okay, so to enter this giveaway, because you can do it right here. You also will get, you're going to get a Wet n Wild eyeshadow kit, some e.l.f. lip balms, some Ribble nail colors. That's pretty much it. Oh, and hold on. Scripture confessions, okay? To get that, you need to text. This is the number you need to text to. Let me scoot up. Okay, you need to text to 646-504-1397. Again, that is 646-504-1397. You need to text your first name, okay? And you need to text business package, okay? So business package, first name to 646-504-1397. 646-504-1397. Do not make me say it one more time. 646-504-1397. Your first name and business package. If it doesn't say business package, and if it doesn't say your first name, I will not count you, okay? And then I'm just going to put in the random generator, and we'll go up by that. Okay, so 646-504-1397. This is worse than a commercial. Okay, 646-504-1397. Do not comment in the box to ask me what the number is, because I just probably said it 10 times. Text your first name and business package to get this purse and all your books, okay? So it's 7 o'clock. And we're going to turn over to Raven Jones from Fire Your Boss Tour, and she is going to talk to us and really give us an amazing presentation on how to become a woman entrepreneur, okay? And yes, we should do a part 2. Shep, we should definitely do a part 2 with more giveaways. I love doing giveaways. I love shopping and getting you guys stuff to give away. I truly do. So anyway, we're going to ask our panelists again. Thank you to Carrie Pink, to Aisha Taylor, and to Arian Maccabee. If you would like to learn more about them, go to our Faith and Finance page, and you will get all their information. All their links are there. So please, please, please check them out, because they are some amazing women who love God, and they will also help you to become financially fit. And also for Carrie Payne, Financially Fly, and Fashionably Fly as well, right? So anyway, you guys have a great rest of your week. Thank you to our panelists, and we will see them, I'm sure, very, very soon. So we're going to ask them, guys, can you guys please dismiss from the call? And again, we're going to have them back, guys, though, so don't even worry. We shall have them back another time, and we're going to get ready for Raven Jones, okay? So again, guys, just sit tight, and we're going to check our giveaway or our entries for the bag, and I'm sure we will announce them once Raven Jones is done her presentation. So let's just get ready for Raven and just sit tight, okay? So let's just sit tight. Bye. Hello, everyone. Okay, let me make sure I have everything good to go before we get started. Okay, good. Okay, so I'm really excited about this next portion. So we have Raven Jones, and I had heard about her through really the website, Instagram, social media, and I was like, oh my goodness, like we have to get her to come to Girls Royalty, like, but we're online, so I'm like, how am I gonna do this? So I had filed, we had set the booking, and I was like, you know, I was talking to her, I was like, we gotta get you. So I'm so excited that we were able to get her for Girls of Royalty. Look, we are all about bringing in different types of people, like you just saw from our panel that we just had. We have all different types of people to come to speak to you, and we're now we're transitioning. We just talked about finance and, you know, having your personal finance and getting that together. So now we're about to transition. We're about to transition to really becoming a business owner, and whether it's small business, whether it's being a nonprofit, but really right now as we transition, we're really going to get started to talk about being a business owner and how to start your own business, how to be your own entrepreneur. And so she is really the founder, she's CEO, she is the head speaker of Fire Boss Tour, and as a matter of fact, they just wrapped one up in Philly. I believe they're going to Atlanta very, very soon. And so we're going to get ready to hear from Miss Raven Jones herself. And so, Raven, I'm going to turn over to you, and I'm just very excited, guys. Make sure you have a pen and paper. Get ready for this, okay? So, Raven, I'm going to turn over to you. Matter of fact, let me show you in the broadcast, and there we go. Okay, Raven, you can kick it off.
First of all, I want to thank Genesis and her organization, Girls of Royalty, so much for having me this evening. I'm really excited to talk to you all about entrepreneurship, particularly entrepreneurship as a female. The journey is a lot different when you're taking on something like this as a female. And to be quite honest with you guys, a lot of the options that are available to men as women, we just don't get those same options. So what I want you all to really, really take away from my presentation tonight is just that you have to work extra smart and extra hard if you want to succeed as an entrepreneur, particularly a female entrepreneur. However, what I also want you guys to take away is that there's no task that's too large or too difficult for you to accomplish. So the same way myself is doing it and you have other successful female entrepreneurs, you all can do it as well. So I hope that you all take a lot away today as far as the resources I'm going to be giving and a lot of the stories I'm going to be sharing about female entrepreneurship. I'm really excited to speak with you guys. So I'll get my presentation started. You guys a little bit about myself, also give some resources and tips for you on your journey to entrepreneurship, and then towards the end, I definitely want to take as many questions as I can. I tried to keep my presentation a little bit short just so I could answer as many questions as possible. So I hope you all enjoy the presentation. I'm really, really excited to be speaking with you guys. Okay, so I'm just sharing my screen. All right. I actually don't know how to get to the full screen. So first I want to share a little bit about my story and pretty much how I got here in speaking with you guys today. I actually fired my boss at the age of 23. I fired my boss 2 weeks after my 23rd birthday. You hear stories all the time about people going into work, and before they go into work, they're crying and they have to say a prayer and they just can't focus and really get through their day because that's how much they hate their job, and in some cases their boss as well. And I never really believed those stories to be true until that was my actual story, and I became that person that I read so much about and that person that I'd witnessed in my family and amongst my friends' family members that actually hated their jobs. I became that person in January of 2011 that was going into work every single day, crying on their way into work and having to say a prayer and ask God to get me through the day. Now, I've always had a really close relationship with God. I'm a very spiritual person. However, I think that it's a bit extreme if you're actually having to say a prayer every single day on your way into the office, asking God to get you through the day. I reach out and I pray about everything, but I think when I have to pray to get through the day at my job and to not have any kind of episodes with the people that are around me at work, I think that that's unhealthy and it's a bit of a problem. And so that's the conclusion that I actually came to in August of 2011 when I fired my boss. And it's really funny because people always say, you know, if you ever want to make God laugh, you have to tell him the plan that you have for yourself. And my actual plan, when I was in college, I graduated from Delaware State University in 2010. And upon graduating, I had always known that I wanted to be an entrepreneur, even as a little girl. When I was a child, I was the girl that would braid everybody's hair. I was the girl that was babysitting for $5 and $10. I was always the girl that was trying to make my own business to get money as opposed to looking for handouts from other people. So I always sort of had like that entrepreneurial DNA in my spirit. So when I was in college, I was so gung-ho about succeeding in corporate America and not pursuing my entrepreneurial dreams until after I was in corporate America for at least 10 years. Obviously, you know, God laughed at that plan because he shaved 10 years off of my plan and just forced me to never look back. And initially on my journey, when I fired my boss, it was a very difficult yet very, very rewarding journey. Oftentimes I would really kind of sit and cry and just ask God, you know, why did you force me to do this at such a young age if it was going to be so difficult? And now as I speak to audiences around the country and I speak at colleges and universities and even speaking to you guys today, this is actually my first seminar or first presentation that is being done virtually to another group of people. So I really appreciate Girls of Royalty for actually breaking me into this. I'm getting the hang of it. But as I speak to audiences like you all, now I see in retrospect why I went through all of the things that I went through so that I could be an inspiration to people like you and show people like you guys that if it's something that I can do, as many things that I did wrong on my journey transitioning from working for somebody to working for myself full time, you guys can do it as well, and you can actually do it even better than me. So that is my story. That's how I went on to fire my boss at the age of 23 and never ever look back. When I first fired my boss, I had a public relations and marketing agency. Although I was successful at that because that's what I do by trade, that's what my undergraduate degree is in, I knew that that wasn't really the calling that God had for me. And so even in being successful and getting over the fear of firing my boss and handing my boss that pink slip, I still didn't feel completely happy because I didn't feel like I was doing what it was that God wanted me to do. I didn't really feel like I was following my divine assignment unto him. And so after I left my job, I slowly started to search for that and just figure out who I really was as an entrepreneur. And so in the midst of that, a lot of people began reaching out to me to be their success coach. And at that time, I wasn't very familiar with success coaching and business coaching in any sense of the way, but I just said, you know, let me just do it and actually see what kind of results I get for people and see really how this works. And so I actually took on 3 clients, and it was really, really crazy because as soon as I put it out there that I was doing success coaching, I was almost instantly booked up for services. And so as I started doing different consultations with people and signing clients on for my success coaching practices, I started to hear feedback like, you changed my life. In just 90 minutes with you, I was able to do this with my business. So I really told myself, maybe this is the calling that God has for me, and I should really pursue it further to see if this is really what he wants me to do. And so in starting my coaching practice, it was formerly called the Success Boutique. It is now called the Fire Your Boss Academy, which from the Fire Your Boss Academy, I've launched the Fire Your Boss Tour. I've actually been able to help over 100 entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs with various strategies to launch and grow their businesses. And so I've been really, really fulfilled through that because I feel like I'm actually doing God's work and showing people this is something that you can do. While I never knock somebody that wants to have a 9-to-5 for the rest of their life, I want to actually show people if you don't want to have a 9-to-5 for the rest of your life, this is something that is extremely possible for you to do because I did it without even having a business coach to hold my hand throughout the process. So if you do things the right way, your journey is not going to be nearly as hard as my journey was. So I definitely want to leave you guys with some tips today and strategies on how you can do the same thing I did and get over the fear, fire your boss, and go on to do what you would like to do full time, because myself and so many other women are doing it and being really, really successful. So The first thing you need to do to be a successful female entrepreneur is eat fear for breakfast. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, appetizers, dessert, everything. You have to completely get over your fear of failure. Most people are afraid of failing. I actually learned from my business coach that realistically we're only born with two fears, and those two fears are loud noises and the fear of falling. Entrepreneurship has nothing to do with falling down or a loud noise. So the fears that you think that you have really are non-existent. 9 times out of 10, these fears are there because you're feeding those fears within yourself. And instead of feeding fears, you have to feed your faith, and you have to tell yourself, I can do this no matter what. No matter how hard it is or how hard it gets, I will be successful at this. Affirmations are something that are really, really important. When I first fired my boss, I felt like all I had was my faith and my vision. I knew for a fact that God called on me to quit my job at that point in time at just 23. However, I had so many people in my ear that were telling me, you should have waited 5 more years, or you should have waited 3 more years, or you should have waited 10 more years, and then you would have been way more successful. And I had to deal with constantly feeding my faith in the midst of people that had absolutely no faith in me. When you're an entrepreneur or aspiring entrepreneur, you have to be your biggest cheerleader, because what's going to happen is years down the line when your business becomes successful, you're going to have people telling you, I always knew you would be successful. Like now I have so many people in my ear. I love everything you're doing with the Fire Your Boss Academy, and now you're doing this tour. I always knew you would be successful. But at the same time, when I first fired my boss, these people were nowhere near to be, they were nowhere to be found. You have to believe in yourself before anybody else will ever believe in you. You have to trust God and the calling that He has for you before anybody else will ever believe in you or your business. So with that being said, you really have to answer your calling. I was always taught growing up that God will never ever give us a dream and a vision without also giving us the tools and the resources to make those things happen. There may be some people listening into this conversation that came to my Fire Your Boss tour last week or a few weeks ago when it was in Philadelphia. And I shared a story about my first time actually doing a seminar, which was very similar to the Fire Your Boss tour. It was called the Employee to Entrepreneur Seminar. And I had invested so much money into the seminar. I had invested so much time into the seminar, and literally no one came to this seminar. As wonderful as my content was, as good of a vision that I had, for whatever reason, other people could not see the vision that I had, and they obviously didn't think it was something that was worth their time investment or their monetary investment. And so when I thought about the Fire Your Boss tour and going into 6 different cities all across the United States, you can imagine that as I set out to grow my brand and as I set out to grow my business by taking my vision on a national level, fear kicked in. But I had to tell fear that fear is a liar and fear is non-existent. And as an entrepreneur, particularly a female entrepreneur, that's what you will have to do over and over again. Every single time you set out to grow your business, whether it's launching a new product or launching a new service or starting a new event to grow your business, whatever it is, fear will always try to follow that growth and say, are you sure you can do this? And you got to respond and tell fear, I can do this. Look at everything else that I've done. You got to give yourself a pat on the back with everything else that you've ever accomplished in life. I don't care if it's as small as getting perfect attendance when you were in 5th grade. If everybody else didn't have perfect attendance in 5th grade, that is something that's an accomplishment. And you have to pat yourself on the back so that when you do have those situations where nobody believes in you, you are still able to keep going. If I would have given up on that seminar just because nobody came, I would have never been able to have a sold-out seminar in Philadelphia less than 1 year later, because I was my biggest cheerleader. And I told myself, I don't care that nobody came to this seminar. I'm going to learn my lesson from nobody coming to this seminar, and I'm going to take this same seminar, because I know it's a great idea, and I'm going to make it even better so that next year it can be a sold out seminar, and the people that didn't come last year are going to wish that they came because they would be further ahead in the process of firing their boss. And that's exactly what I did. And I was only able to do that because I stuck with it and I persevered, and I was my biggest cheerleader throughout the process. In that seminar, when there wasn't hardly anybody there, I spoke as if it was a crowd of 1,000 people in that room, and I was receiving an award because I am my biggest cheerleader. And as a female entrepreneur, you have to be your biggest cheerleader. When Genesis actually reached out to me to come on board and be a part of this, I was really excited. I'm always excited to speak to people and empower people. But what excited me even more was that she said, so many people have reached out to us and said that they want to hear you speak and they want to hear what you have to say. So I knew, we had to get her. And it was just, it really had me in awe, because I remember 2 years ago when I was begging people to let me speak. So to have somebody contact me and say that I'm in demand to speak and share my story and empower people about female entrepreneurship, I mean, it's awesome. But I say that to say to you guys, wherever you are right now in your business, it may feel like you're constantly reaching out to those people so that they can hire you for for your services, and so that you can speak at their events, and so that they can buy your products. But I'm telling you, if you stick with it and you constantly be your biggest cheerleader, those people are going to be reaching out to you, and your phone is going to be ringing nonstop, and then your business is going to be full. You're going to be booked up. Your business is going to get so successful that you can't even take on any more clients. Your products are going to start selling so fast that you're going to have to outsource the manufacturing of these products. That is the result of being your biggest cheerleader and eating fear for breakfast and staying in faith at all times. When you believe in yourself, all you need is one yes from God, and the tens of thousands of no's you may get before you get to your big break mean absolutely nothing. If God tells you, this is what I want you to do, this is your purpose, this is the vision that I have for you, this is your assignment, I promise that He will never, ever, ever steer you wrong, and you will be blessed for answering whatever calling He has given to you. A really, really big factor in being successful at female entrepreneurship is committing to working harder and working smarter than most. I do a lot of reading as an entrepreneur. I've always been an avid reader. And one of the things I recently read a couple months ago, actually in Entrepreneur magazine, if you are an entrepreneur or aspiring entrepreneur, you should definitely be reading Entrepreneur magazine. But I actually read in that magazine that only 7% of venture capital out there is actually designated for women. 7% out of 100%. So what does that tell you? That tells you that a lot of people don't necessarily want to invest in women-owned businesses, because obviously people think that males are more prone to succeed. What people like myself and everyone that's listening in that is a female entrepreneur, a fearless female entrepreneur, we have to prove those people wrong. And we have to show those people why we are more than worth that other 93% of venture capital. Our ideas are amazing. Our products are amazing. We can do things that men cannot ever imagine doing because we're wonderful at what we do. And as female entrepreneurs, we have that extra nurturing component within our business that sometimes needed. So you have to stick with everything that you're doing and commit to working hard and working smart, because that's the only way you're going to be successful as a female entrepreneur. Owning your potential and gaining confidence is extremely important. One of the things that my business coach always tells me is that confidence is the new currency. I can guarantee you guys that I've probably gotten over 85% of my clientele just based off of my confidence. I'm sure you guys are probably thinking, she's crazy. How does confidence turn into money? People like to hire confident people. I'll give you guys an example. If you're a hairdresser, and let's say I just moved to a new city and I'm looking for a new hairdresser. If I come to your place of business and you tell me, I think I may be able to make your hair look nice. I think I can give you what you want. But I'm kind of really not sure. Immediately, I can tell that you're not very confident. If I go to the shop down the street and this shop tells me, oh, I do this all the time. I'm going to hook your hair up. I'm going to make you look amazing. You're going to want to be a consistent customer. You're going to love what we do. Here's my portfolio. These are women that I've made look absolutely fabulous. I have clientele that's been coming to me for over 10 years. That exudes confidence. I'm probably going to invest my money into that hairdresser or that hair salon that exudes confidence, as opposed to the one that's telling me they're not sure if they can make my hair look fabulous. What a lot of people think is that female entrepreneurship isn't as great as it can be because we aren't men. That's completely false. That's one of the biggest myths that I've ever heard. In fact, female entrepreneurship is not as successful as it can be because there's indeed a crisis in confidence. And you have to go against that crisis of confidence and be confident in whatever it is that you do, whether you do hair, whether you do nails, whether you're a finance coach, whether you make dresses, whether you own a nonprofit, whatever it is that you do, you have to be confident, because confidence is going to show me, the consumer or your client or whoever, that you believe in what it is that you're doing. And you can't expect anybody else to believe in what you do if you don't believe in what you do. Just like you can't expect anybody to invest in your business if you aren't investing into your own business. So the biggest takeaway that I hope you all get from this slide on how you can do it too is definitely believing in yourself. Nothing is more important than believing in yourself. If you guys don't believe in yourself first, everything else that I say throughout the course of this presentation is probably going to fall on deaf ears. So I hope that you guys believe in yourself just as much as I believe in you all. The next slide is to make a stop doing list. You hear so often people say, I make my to-do list, I need to do this, I need that, but people never say what they need to stop doing. No. Instead of telling yourself what you need to do, you need to tell yourself what you need to stop doing in order to be successful. Here are some of the things that I always tell my clients they need to stop doing in order to be successful. First and foremost, stop being a business card distributor. Now, I'm not telling anybody not to give out business cards, but what I'm simply saying is stop going to those networking events, handing out your business card, not giving off any kind of impression, and expecting people to contact you for services. And we live in a world where people really do that. People really attend networking events and call themselves quote-unquote networking. If you're going to events and you're handing out business cards and you're not saying anything about what you do, I'll tell you all right now, when I go to conferences and networking events, I take pictures of people's business cards that I want to follow up with. If I don't take a picture of your business card, I'm not following up with you. So if I ever meet you, please don't be offended if I don't take a picture of your business card. I'm just not taking a picture of your business card, not because I don't like what you do or not because I don't like you as a person, but because you obviously didn't make very much of an impression on me. And people that make an impression on me are people that I think we can be mutually beneficial to one another, so I should probably follow up with those people. When I go to networking events and people say, hey, what's your name and what do you do? Hi, my name is Raven and I help people fire their boss. I have a program called the Fire Your Boss Academy, and we've helped over 100 business owners nationwide with strategies, proven strategies that have helped them launch and grow successful, sustainable businesses. That's my elevator pitch to people, and people follow up with me every time when I meet them at networking events. What's your elevator pitch? Make sure you write that down. What's your elevator pitch? What do you tell people within the first 15 to 30 seconds of exchanging business cards with them to actually captivate them and make them want to follow up with you? People get a lot of business cards. Make your business card one to remember. Make your first impression one that is unforgettable so that people follow up with you. Stop doubting yourself. That's extremely important. Stop hanging out with downers. Downers are people that when you're constantly telling them your ideas, they're always giving you 10 reasons as to why your ideas can't work, as opposed to one reason why your idea can work. So stop surrounding yourself with downers and surround yourself with people that believe in your dreams and people that encourage you constantly. And this is really important because I can guarantee you, after you fire your boss or after you start your business or whatever goal it is you have to achieve, you're going to feel a lot of doubt. So all of that support system that you're going to get out of people that encourage you, you're really going to need it. Stop wasting time that you can never get back. Time is something that I don't care how wealthy you are, you can never, ever, ever get it back. So you do not have time. You cannot afford to waste time because the price of time is too high, and it's too high because none of us can afford it. So stop doing things that aren't beneficial to your business and or your goals and whatever it is that you want to achieve in life. Stop hanging around people that are time robbers. Time robbers are people that don't really want to see you succeed at whatever it is that you want to do, and so they take time away from that by all kinds of distractions. Stop wasting time and stop hanging out with people that try to rob you of your time. Last but not least, stop letting others tell you your worth. I actually learned probably about a year ago that 49% of small businesses actually fail within the first 5 years. While I think that there are a lot of factors as to why small businesses fail within the first 5 years, I think one of the main reasons why they probably fail is because I see a continuous cycle of entrepreneurs allowing other people to tell them what they are worth. And it's absolutely crazy to me that you can come up with a business model and allow people to tell you how much you should charge for your services. You guys should really see my face right now. I know you can't see my face, but I work with a lot of business owners, obviously, and it's been so bad. I've heard of people charging $100 for a service that they really should be charging $1,500 for. I actually used to do a lot of PR, and anybody that's listening that's in the PR industry, you can definitely agree with me that a lot of people within that industry are charging way, way, way below the market value. Well, if you constantly let other people tell you what you're worth, you will ultimately let these other people define your business. And ultimately, them defining your business may put you right out of business. One of the things that I mentioned a little earlier in my presentation was how, as women, we have the ability to be a little bit more nurturing than a lot of men are. But don't take the nurturing too far. Don't nurture to the point that you aren't charging what you should be charging just because you want to be such a nurturer. It's okay, but it's not okay to be a nurturer to the point that you look at your bank account and your bank account is not nurturing your bills. So I think that should really put a lot into your head as far as knowing your worth. If you don't know your worth, nobody else is ever going to know and believe in what you are worth. I actually had a prospective client tell me a couple weeks ago, she said, I'm really, really happy to be working with you at this stage in your coaching practices because I know one day you're going to be charging people $10,000 a month for this service. And I'll probably never be charging people that, but it was just so awesome to me that somebody actually thinks that I'm worth that amount. But people think that I'm worth that amount because I know that I'm worth that amount. When you communicate your worth to people, they can never, ever, ever get it messed up. When you're not sure about your worth and your worth is negotiable, people are going to negotiate with you. So don't be negotiable about your worth. Know your worth, understand your worth, and make sure you communicate that at all times. Join the club. Here are some fun facts about female entrepreneurship. Women own 10.6 million businesses in the United States. They employ 19.1 million workers, so we actually strengthen the economy, and their businesses account for 2.5 trillion, not million, not billion, $2.5 trillion in sales. I borrowed this from Entrepreneur Magazine. If you're looking at these statistics the way that I'm looking at these statistics, this should tell you that women obviously make up, while people think that we don't have a presence in entrepreneurship, women obviously make up a great deal of the percentage of entrepreneurs, successful entrepreneurs at that, because we're actually doing numbers. If you look at these stats, these numbers really aren't lying. So this right here should tell you, if there are so many women before me that have been successful, I can be successful too. Never, ever, ever be this girl. I'm not sure what came to mind when you guys first saw the picture of this girl, but this person is actually a disgruntled employee. As you can see, she's actually hanging herself in her 9 to 5 because she hates her job that much. And so I put this picture on here because my biggest mission in life is to empower people to do what it is that they love, regardless of what that is. And if you are not happy in a 9 to 5, while I do not knock people and look down on people that have a 9 to 5, if you are not happy in your 9 to 5, get out of that situation. Get out of that situation and don't be this girl in the picture, because it's not cool to be a part of the Ain't It Awful Club. And anybody that's a fan of Jack Canfield, he's a success coach that I look up to. I love his book, The Success Principles. I always recommend that to all of my clients. I recommend that at every seminar, every call I'm on, everything. That book is like super awesome to me. And in one of the chapters of that book, he actually talks about being a member of the Ain't It Awful Club. And the Ain't It Awful Club is people that complain about their jobs every single day to other people that hate their jobs as well. And so these people have membership. Some of them actually have VIP membership in the Ain't It Awful Club. And I realized that in the last 6 months that I was at my 9 to 5, I was this girl in the picture. And that's why my mission is to set out to never ever allow anyone else under my watch to be this girl as long as I can permit it. I mean, as long as I can stop it. Because it's not cool to be that girl. I denounce my membership to the Ain't It Awful Club, and I encourage all of you that are listening to denounce yours as well, because it is not a cool club to be in. You should not be crying every day before you go into the office. You should not have to say a prayer every single day asking God to get you through the day at your job because you hate your job that much. If you're having to do that, you're in the wrong place, and you need to figure out your calling and figure out what you enjoy doing so that you can have happier days and be in a healthy state and actually feel like you're living for a purpose. One of the most rewarding things about doing what I do is that every single day I get up with a purpose, and I know that I am changing people's lives. It makes me feel so awesome, and people probably think I get tired of them sending me emails because I get so many emails from people telling me that they've seen me this place and that place and they've been really, really inspired. I absolutely love all of that because it lets me know that I'm actually following my purpose and I'm doing what God has assigned me to do. And that for me makes me happier than anything. That's why I tell people I don't have bad days. I may have bad moments, but I don't have bad days because I'm way too happy in what I do to have a bad day. So I'm at the point in my life where nothing really bothers me or phases me in a negative way. And I want all of you to get to that point in your lives as well, because it's a great place to be. People that follow me on Instagram are probably like, why is she always so happy? Because every part of my life is happy. I enjoy what I do and I make other people's lives better. So I wake up every single day feeling awesome, even if I'm sick. So commit to never, ever, ever being this girl. Here's some resources that I want to share with you guys that can help you on your journey to entrepreneurship. Some of you listening or watching may already know about these resources, but those of you that don't should definitely check them out. I've used all of them in some way, shape, or form in my business to get it to a certain extent. First is the National Association of Business Owners, the Women's Business Enterprise National Council, the National Association for the Self-Employed, the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce is awesome, particularly your local Chamber of Commerce. They're always having a lot of different networking events, so it's something that is really, really beneficial, and it's a great investment to actually sign up and be a member. Also, the United States Association for Small Business and Entrepreneurship. These are just some of the resources, some of the many, many resources that I recommend for aspiring entrepreneurs. Actually, when I first fired my boss, one of the first books that I read was Black Business Secrets by Dante Lee. Please write that down if you don't already have it. It's called Black Business Secrets by Dante Lee. I read that book over and over again because it has over 500 resources that are beneficial to minority entrepreneurs. As a woman, whether you are Black, white, Asian, Native American, whatever, as a woman, you are a minority entrepreneur, and so those resources will be beneficial to you. So definitely check out that book. That was an awesome mind changer for me in reading that book, because it showed me that there are too many resources out there for me to not be able to make this work. And that's what I want you guys to understand. I just gave you 5, but there are over 1,000 resources that can help you be successful as a female entrepreneur. That's 1,000 too many resources for you to not be successful at whatever it is that you want to do. So take advantage. Your resources will only benefit you if you use your resources. Vision, one of my favorite words. What is your vision? I know a lot of people may think that the vision board is a little bit dated now, but me personally, I do not think that the vision board ever goes out of style. I have multiple vision boards, and every time I set out to achieve a new goal, a major goal, something that I consider to be a breakthrough goal, I actually create a vision board specifically for that particular goal. So I'm telling you guys, if you are not clear on what your vision is, get familiar today. There is nowhere that you can go if you're not clear on where it is that you're going. Success is very much like a GPS system. You have to know where you are and where you want to go in order to create a successful route, or what I would like to call an action plan to get you there. So if you don't know your vision, make a vision board. If you don't know how to make a vision board, Google how to make a vision board. As a matter of fact, turn it into something fun and get all of your friends together and make a vision board together. But get a vision board and be very, very clear about what it is that you want out of life, because if you're not clear, somebody else is probably going to tell you what your life should be like. And that's not cool under any circumstances, because you'll end up staying in the Ain't It Awful Club forever. And I wish that on none of you. This is just a little of my vision with the Fire Your Boss Academy. Once I started my coaching practice, I set out to help people be successful at whatever it is that they would like to do. So when people sign up for my services, I become their partner in success. And my main niche within my coaching business is helping people fire their boss. I like to help people successfully make the transition from employee to entrepreneur. I said successfully for a reason, because a lot of people jump out there and fire their boss, and ultimately they're not prepared for what comes along with firing their boss. And so what I do within my program is I give people the training modules to successfully make that happen, so that they will never have to go back to corporate America, and they can actually create a business that is sustainable. So these bullet points on the right side are just some of the things that I've done through the Fire Your Boss Academy. Of course, Genesis mentioned launching the Fire Your Boss tour. I went to Philly a few weekends ago. I'm going to Atlanta next weekend. I'm really, really excited about that. I have Chicago. That's one of my favorite cities. Can't wait to get to Chicago. San Francisco, Cleveland, and Houston lined up as part of this tour. And my vision is to help over 300 people, particularly women, with this seminar. Out of getting 300 people to attend this seminar, I want to help at least them by this time next year in 2015 successfully fire their boss, so that when I do the tour in 2015, those same people can be on that panel. And I will accomplish this because I'm very, very relentless in my vision. And that's why you have to know your vision, so that you can give it every single thing that you have. Okay. Goals. I have at the beginning of this slide that I believe that you can. While I believe that you can, what I need all of you guys to do is believe that you can as well. Because it doesn't matter if I believe in you. It doesn't matter if Genesis believes in you. It doesn't matter who believes in you. If you don't believe in yourself, then there's nothing that anyone else can do for you. So I hope that if it's anything that you all have taken from my presentation today, it's the importance of believing in yourself. So in order for me to get to this point, I've gotten here because I constantly believe in myself with every single thing that I do. Sometimes I might tell people an idea and they're like, you really want to do that? That's absolutely crazy. I don't get it. Well, guess what? Your vision is not meant for everybody to understand. And that's why it's not everybody's vision. It's your vision. So whatever your vision may be, wherever it is that you want to go in life, whatever life you would like to create for yourself and your family, you have to first believe that you can. in order for you to be successful at that. This is my last slide of my presentation, and this is how you all can get in contact with me so that I can assist you in whatever your goals may be. My email is info@fireyourbossacademy.com. With this presentation, I'm offering free discovery sessions to anyone who's listening. So if you're in a state where you're trying to start a business, you're trying to fire your boss, or you've already fired your boss and you're trying to grow your business, then you are people that are typically my ideal clients. So I would love to be able to be assistance to you on your journey to success. So this is how you get in touch with me, by emailing info@fireyourbossacademy.com. Also, one of the attendees of this seminar will be receiving a complimentary entrepreneur starter kit as well as a SMART goals worksheet from me to assist you in your journey. However, to qualify to win those items, you must email me within 24 hours and enter in the subject Girls of Royalty Seminar. It's been really, really great speaking to all of you all this evening. I'm looking forward to answering as many questions that you have. I talk an awful lot, so I hope that I didn't go over and there's more room for questions. Genesis, can I answer some questions?
Okay, hold on. Let me put my thing up. Well, we can do one question. We did go over, but we're gonna do one question. I was sitting here. I was excited. Okay, so
I'm sorry, you guys. This is all my fault.
you were. Look, I was just sitting here watching, just tuning in. You're completely fine. So let's do this one because I think this one is a really, really good one. You guys keep on sending them in. See, again, the Google thing is live, so as people send them in, I get more. Let me pick this one. Okay. When you fired your boss, and you made the transition, I'm going to paraphrase their question because it's really, really long.
Okay.
This whole thing, right? Basically, when you fired your boss, and you did make that transition, and you decided to basically start your business, how did you actually gain your clientele? That's basically the question in a nutshell. So basically, let's say I desire to quit and I want to fire my boss and I want to start my business. How do I get the word out there? How do I actually gain the clientele? If I'm not, I guess, because again, you talked about several tips. Having your elevator pitch. Of course, having a business plan, know what you want to do. So how do I get that clientele to get to the level like you're on? How do I get there?
That's a really, really good question. I get that question a lot, just as far as how do I get myself out there. I think what people have to understand as far as that is actually getting clients is definitely a process. It's not as simple as sign on the dotted line and boom, bow, now you're my client. The first step to actually getting your clients is, first of all, branding yourself. You have to ask yourself, what is it that's so special about what I do? And then you have to have a niche. I watch Shark Tank all the time, and one of the best quotes I've ever witnessed from watching Shark Tank is this one guy said, the riches are in the niches. And that is so, so true. If you have a niche to what it is that you do, and you offer a product or service that nobody else can offer in the way that you offer it, that becomes your unique selling proposition, and that can often help you communicate the value and the worth of your services to your potential clients. Once you have that stuff in line, you have to define who your ideal client is. One of the things that I just told you guys, I just put it into 3 classifications, and I told you, if you're in this situation, you're probably my ideal client. You have to define who your ideal client is. Who is it that you want to help? And you have to define this, because if you don't know who your ideal client is, you're not going to know where to find them. So that's the first part. You have to brand yourself. You have to know who your ideal client is. And then you have to put your services out there, obviously. I always tell people, if you're not making at least 6 figures in your business, social media should not be your primary form of marketing. One of the things that I think so many entrepreneurs, particularly female entrepreneurs, undervalue is speaking engagements. Every single time I've ever opened up my mouth and spoke, I always get clients, because I have the ability to talk about my business fluently. You have to be able to talk about your business and what you do fluently. The way that you're able to do that is obviously through practice. I understand because I've been an entrepreneur just starting off. You don't just come out of the entrepreneur womb with an amazing elevator pitch. I completely understand that. But to make your elevator pitch amazing and to make people want to buy into your services, you have to practice. So putting yourself out there through speaking engagements and also staying in constant communication with your prospective clients. What I'm finding now that's really alarming is that a lot of entrepreneurs don't have mailing lists. How are you not keeping in touch with people about your services and products that you're offering? So you got to keep in touch with people. And outside of networking, create a power list of people. Who is already in your circle that may be able to help you towards your goals? Don't just think outside the box and say you need to network and meet new people. No, you need to get to know the people better that you already know and see how they may be able to help you. So create a power list of people because you never know who they know, and have a really, really great referral system. People that constantly get clients have great referral and reward systems. So always have that incorporated into your business. I think that's my best answer for that. That's a really long answer.
Yeah, no, that's completely fine. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send Raven a few of the questions. We definitely got a lot, but I'm gonna end one because this is one that we got, and I told her about it. And we're gonna answer it. Raven, how do you balance everything that you do, including having a relationship?
This is a very funny question, you guys. I balance everything. I've always been a planner, and so one of the things that I do as far as my professional task, I actually write out project maps for every single thing that I have to do. So with the Fire Your Boss tour, that's obviously in 6 different cities. So what I do weekly is I write out a project map of every single thing that I need to do for each city. So for example, Atlanta is next weekend, so I'm in the last stages of kind of confirming everything for Atlanta, but then you have Chicago coming up right after Atlanta. So my project map for Chicago looks very different than my project map for Atlanta. My project map for Chicago may be confirming speakers and confirming my sponsors and following up with the venue and figuring out marketing strategies and things of that nature. So I stay on top of that by definitely planning it ahead. One of my favorite quotes is, "You plan to win tomorrow by planning today." So every single night before I go to bed, I'm always mapping out my next day and what it is that I have to do. As far as balancing my relationship, I think that is really important, but it's only easy to do when you're with the right person. My boyfriend is actually an entrepreneur as well, so he understands things like me not being able to hang out with him on a Friday night because I'm on the Girls of Royalty seminar having a good time with you guys. So I have to have a person like that, obviously, to be able to balance them into my lifestyle because they have to understand my lifestyle. I'm not saying that as a female entrepreneur you can't be with people that work for somebody. However, I find that to be the easiest way to balance all of that and just not forgetting to live. Like Fridays is my day off. If I want to sit and watch HGTV all day on Friday, I absolutely am able to do that. So that's how I maintain my balance, is just having designated times that I need to be doing everything, and also having an ending time to your day. Like I typically do not answer business texts or business emails or set conference calls after 8:00 p.m. because that's my time, and more than likely me and my boyfriend's time as well. So I balance everything just by being organized and having a structure. Structure is really, really important.
Okay. Well, you know what? That's going to end it with Raven. I'm telling you guys really need to take advantage of emailing her and getting in contact with her. Again, it's and you know what? Can you give us that email one more time just for our ladies, just in case they missed the slide?
Yes. The email is info@fireyourbossacademy.com. info@fireyourbossacademy.com, and you guys can find me on Instagram at Fire Your Boss Tour. It's all together, Fire Your Boss Tour. And if you all are in any of the upcoming cities that we're going to be going to, you can register at www.fireyourbosstour.com under the registration tab.
Okay, great. Okay, guys, so hopefully you hear that. Of course, we will be sending out in our mass emails more information about that, so you make sure that, you will get the information, but make sure, again, it's a 24-hour window. So if you want to get that free, that consultation to sit down and talk to her just for a little bit, again, you need to email her at info@fireballstour.com so that you can get that free consultation. Hopefully, she can, you can be her next client, and so that, you can really go where you need to go, okay? You need all the information that you can get, and we're just blessed to have great people to align you with, okay? It's truly a blessing to have people like Raven, even our panelists, who have a great story, and not just a story, but they have something to give you with the story, okay? So she has something to give you, and against Fire Your Boss Academy, okay? So take full advantage of that. We want to thank Raven on behalf of Girls of Royalty and our entire team of now 20 women. We definitely want to thank you for serving all of our 400+ Royal Girls. We just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, and I hope, we can definitely have you again somewhere in the future.
Thank you guys so much for having me. Enjoy the rest of the presentations.
Thank you, Raven. Okay, so I'm gonna ask Raven to sign out, and we're gonna move on. Again, that presentation was great. I hope you guys were taking notes. I really do. I hope you guys were taking notes. I know I was, and I'm just, again, it's just great because again, her presentation is a perfect opener for what we're about to go into. And again, that's small business, and she gave us very important facts, even talking about how the 7% of even the clients, it's just like women, we're almost like we're fighting just to have a chance. And so what I want to go into is, now we have an amazing small business panel. These are business owners who are going to talk to us about being women, being business owners, not just regular business owners, though. We are Christian business owners. We have a different kind of swag to us, right? And so before we even get to that, I want to announce, because again, we're kind of over time, and so I know we're definitely going to go past a little bit on our time, but I want to get out the giveaways because I know you guys are like, okay, who's winning? So our business bag winner was, let me go to our random generator because I've already done everything else. So our random generator was number 3, and number 3, the third person who texted us was 1, 2, 3. Jasmine Johnson at 302. I'm not gonna give out your whole name, but at 302. So Jasmine Johnson. Wait, that is actually one of our team members. So okay, that's actually our fashion and beauty writer. So shout out to Jasmine for that. Jasmine, she won our business bag, and it's back there. I'm not going to get up and go, but it's back there. And again, she won. That is our business bag. So if you're looking to become a business owner, that business bag is perfect. She will receive all of her books, beauty items, and things like that. I also want to announce the winners for our packages from week 2 and 3. Bam, boom. Okay, so Brittany Chantel, she was, I'm putting the RAM generator, and it came up with number 15. So Brittany Chantel, you won the budgeting basics. Oh no, no, you won the oh, hold on, make sure I wrote down the right title for that. Week 3. Hold on, punch tab. You won the financial assessment with Chanel Denise Smith. That was week 2's giveaway, and again, that was number 15. And then for budgeting basics, we have from Trinity Financial and Coaching, we have number 6, who was LaShawn Draper, and we will make sure that we will get out all of that information for you as well. Okay, we're going to be announcing the winners of our coupon giveaway from week 1 and week 2, but before we do that, I got so much stuff to say. Before we transfer to our small business panel, I want to get out the second giveaway that we're about to give away. Okay, so this giveaway, it is our Royally Fab package, and so this is what you get. Now, I've been eyeing these chocolates, y'all. I have not eaten since, it was like 7 in the morning. All I had was a bowl of Raisin Bran Crunch, so I have been hungry, like beyond hungry, and there's these box of chocolates right here, and they're calling my name, but I know I'm going to be a good girl, and I'm going to wait until we get done. So these are all the items that you can win in the Royally Fab package. First things first, we like to give away books, and hopefully you were listening to even the books that Raven has suggested, such as The Success Principles by Jack Canfield and the Black Business Secrets by Darnell Lee, Darnell Lee. But these are the books that you're going to get with this package, okay? So what you're going to win is Howard Dayton's Your Money Map. Okay, again, this package is for people who are trying to get financially fit. Okay, if you're trying to get yourself financially fit, and you really want to kind of get yourself, you know, in the right mindset, then this is what you want to do. This is what you want to win. You're going to win, again, Howard Dayton's Your Money Map. You're going to win Dave Ramsey's The Money Answer Book. You're going to get your Scripture Confessions for Finances. And also, there's a new Christian movie out I believe it's by T.D. Jakes Enterprises, and it's called Heaven is for Real, the movie. It's a Christian movie that's right out. So we're actually going to give you a copy of the actual book. Heaven is for Real. We're actually going to give you the book that the movie is based off of, okay? So if you want to win that, plus you get some chocolates that I really want to eat, but I gotta give them away to somebody. So you'll get a thing of chocolates, and then you'll get this this 3-piece bathrobe set. It comes with a soft plush robe, socks, and an eye mask, as you can see right there. Okay, you can win that, plus the books and the chocolates, and then you get some like beauty goodies that you can kind of take for trips. You know, because you know you're gonna be a businesswoman, or you know, so you just need some little things. So we're gonna throw in some Carmex. We're going to throw in this e.l.f. lip balm, eyelash curler, e.l.f. eyeshadow, some Utterly Smooth lotion, some Rimmel nail polish, and then this Wet n Wild eyeshadow kit, okay? So if you want to win all that, guess what you got to do? That's right, you got to text us again. Just how Jasmine Johnson, she just won her package, you can too. So if you want to know the number, you need to get your phones out now. So, you know, get your little iPhone or Android, whatever it is. Anyone can enter this giveaway. Anyone. The only person who cannot enter this giveaway is me. So this is what you want to do. You want to get your phone, and the number that you want to text to is the same number that we brought up before, okay? And that number is 646-504-1397. Again, that number is 646-504-1397. Now, anyone can win this giveaway. Our panelists, anyone can win the giveaway. Again, it's 646-504-1397. What you need to text us is your name, and you need to say Royally Fab Package or Royal Fab Package, okay? So Royal Fab Package, text us your name, Royal Fab Package to 646-504-1397. Again, that's 646-504-1397, and you can win that package, okay? So we're going to move on to while I'm doing my little things behind the scenes, we're going to move on. Hold on. I'm sorry, I'm getting something. We're going to move on to our panel, okay? We have an amazing panel of people who's going to be talking to us, and because the time kind of went over, we actually have our small business and our nonprofit. So we're actually going to go and talk to our small business panel really quickly, and that includes Ryan Whaley from Ambitious Girls Club. We have Robin Allison from the Modest Lady Boutique. We have the Lindsay Walker from Lynn PR Mentality, and Raven Robinson from PR2P. Sorry, yeah, make sure I'm saying this. PR2P Politics, or PR to Politics, right? If that's actually what it is. PR to Politics. Make sure I'm saying it right. She's also the author of her brand new book on helping businesses really learn about PR, okay? So, again, we're going to open it up to them. I'm going to take them and show them in the broadcast to you guys really quickly. Let me just bring everything up for you guys. I'm going to show them in the broadcast. We're going to bring them up. I'm going to show even some of our nonprofits as well. Okay? And I'm going to ask you guys just to unmute your mics if you can, or I will unmute them for you. Okay, good. Now, everyone remute them. Now, everyone remute. Everyone remute. Just want to make sure that they work. Everyone remute. Okay, good. Okay, everyone's good. Okay, so I'm going to turn your mics up, even though that they're muted. Okay, again, please mute your mics, so that as you guys begin to speak to our wonderful ladies, that they will be able to hear your voices. Okay. Okay, we're good. I think everyone's up. Everyone's up? Okay, good. I think we're good to go. Okay, so I'm going to start off with Ryan Whaley from Ambitious Girls Club, and I'm going to have her introduce herself, tell you a little bit about her network and her movement. It's like Girls Royalty, except it's for business and for women who are looking to be entrepreneurs and things like that. And so I want her to kick it off as she just begins to speak to us about what she does and just introduces herself. And so, Ryan, I'm going to kick it off with you, and you can go whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, you may hear a little person in the background because I have my daughter right here. But my name is Ryan Whaley, and I have an organization. It's called the Ambitious Girls Club. I started Ambitious Girls Club a little over a year ago. The purpose of it was just to inspire women to aspire for more, just to do great things, not be scared to be successful. I had a vision of helping younger women understand their true potential, and it came out through my words, through a blog, and that's just where it's been going from there. I'm actually working on getting some programs into middle school and high schools to try and teach younger girls entrepreneur traits, business skills, leadership skills, and stuff like that. I guess that's pretty much me. I don't know what else you want to know.
Well, that's great because we're going to go into our questions later. So now I'm going to
Okay.
turn it over to Raven. Actually, yeah, Raven. So Raven, where are you at? I think you know what. Is Raven there? Raven may not be there. So we're going to turn it over to Robin. And you know, here's the thing I love about Robin. Robin, I came upon her through Instagram. And I was just like, well, at first I didn't know who owned it. I came across her boutique, and it was such a unique name because it was called Modest Lady Boutique. I'm just like, wait, this is really really awesome to just see this. And then I'm like, wait, hold on, it's a what? And so I sent her. I said, I asked her, hey, can you please come on? And I'm really glad to have her because we know we get a lot of people who ask us questions about being in the fashion industry or owning a clothing store, whether it's online or brick and mortar. So I'm really glad to have her. So this is Robin Allison. And Robin, can you just introduce yourself? Tell us a little about who you are and the business that you own and what you do.
Okay, my name is Robin Allison, and I'm the owner of the Modest Lady Boutique. I also created Total Freedom Ministries, and with the Modest Lady Boutique, God gave me that vision about a year ago when He showed me our purpose as women. And our purpose as women, well, not even women, but as believers, is to glorify God. And when He began to show me that, He began to tell me we glorify God in all things. That's also in our attire as well. So that's when He gave me the ministry of the Modest Lady Boutique, to bring clothing for women so that we can glorify God in what we wear and how we adorn ourselves. And also with the selling of clothes, we also create blogs, and I do blogs of teaching women their self-worth and who they are in Christ. So that's pretty much what I do with the Modest Lady Boutique.
Very great. Okay. So again, make sure everyone is muting their mics. Next, we're going to move it on to let's move it on to Lindsay from LMPR. She's joining us all the way from Georgia, my former home. So, Lindsay, can you tell us a little more about yourself and what do you do?
Okay, can you guys hear me okay? You can?
Yeah, yep, you're good. You're good.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everybody. My name is Lindsay Walker. I am a publicist and an author as well. I just came out with my ebook called Get Your Brand Right. Before that, I am about to celebrate 2 years of having my PR firm. It's PR Mentality. And my purpose is working with entrepreneurs in various industries like fashion, beauty, entertainment, literary as well, to get exposure and overall brand awareness through reaching out to the media, assisting with different press materials like press releases, media kits, things of that nature. And I'm so excited and so blessed to even be considered as a panelist. I love Genesis and the rest of the Girls of Royalty team. I think that this movement is absolutely amazing, and I'm so happy to be a part of it and to share my knowledge and expertise and learn from you all as well. So thank you so much for having me.
Okay, well, we thank you as well. Okay, so now we're gonna turn over to Raven. Okay, I wish we were like cousins or something. Like I really do, but we're not. So I'm going to introduce Raven. She's actually going to be. We had sent out some information about a panel that was a tour that was coming, or not a tour, it's a brunch. It's coming to Baltimore. It's called the Business and Brunch. I believe it's called Business and Brunch. It's by Tamira Lucas. We had sent out that information. She's actually going to be one of the speakers there. So on May 3rd in Baltimore at the Atrium. And again, if you want the information, you can email us. So this is Raven Robinson from PR to Politics. So can you please tell us more about yourself? What do you do? And that.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. So my name is Raven Robinson, and I also own a public relations firm. The name of our firm is called PR to Politics. And basically what we do is we like to promote social good. Initially when I started, I used to only work with people looking to run for political office. But something that I noticed is that a lot of the techniques that politicians use, such as like having Dear Neighbor letters, speaking at graduations or fundraising events, those things are actually really helpful for entrepreneurs. So I transform my company to only dealing with political candidates to people who just want to do social good, and putting our tagline as the firm that treats you like a candidate. So whether you're a fashion designer, an author, we really believe in promoting you as if you're running for office.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so now we're going to turn over to, let's turn over, I think that's our panel for right now. But you know what, let's introduce the people that are still here, because they're actually a part of our nonprofit panel. We're going to introduce them as well. So the other panelists that we have with us, well, actually we have two, is Sorora Royster, I'm make sure I say her name right consistently, and Ashley Strange. Okay, so Sorora, can you please introduce who you are, where do you represent, and things like that?
Hi, ladies. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You're good.
Okay, so my name is Sorora Royster, and I am the president and founder of My Sister's Keeper. My Sister's Keeper is an outlet for young women to tap into, to connect with other like-minded women striving to live a life of purpose and make an impact on the world. We have 3 core beliefs. The first is to inspire women to walk boldly in their purpose. The second is to empower women to foster positive relationships amongst each other. And the third is to motivate women to reach the levels of greatness that manifest within each of us. We were founded in 2012, and since then we have served over 200 women in the city of Philadelphia. In addition to my work for My Sister's Keeper, all of my professional experience since I graduated college has been in the nonprofit sector. I have 3 years in the youth development field, and I am currently in the college access field. I work for a college access nonprofit located in Philadelphia. So I'm very happy to be here tonight, and thank you, Girls of Royalty, for having me.
Okay, and so now we're going to turn it to, last but not least, to Ashley. And Ashley, could you, matter of fact, let me show her in the broadcast. Ashley, if you are there, can you please introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit more about, yourself and really the nonprofit that you represent?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, actually I'm honored to be here because my organization is in the process of becoming a nonprofit, and the organization that I have founded in 2011 is called Girls Unite for a Purpose. We started out as a program in Southern California, in the Inland Empire to LA. So to give you an idea, a picture as to how far, an expansion of how far we are covering areas, is from Palm Springs to Los Angeles. And what we try to provide is mentors throughout the community. So I'm from the area of Banning, which is a really, really small town. And we just offer one-on-one mentoring and community service work. And what made me want to start this is when I graduated from undergrad in 2010 in December, I just had a passion, and God was just really tugging on my heart, like, Ashley, okay, you like to help, you like to give back. It's one thing to work for a nonprofit, and then it's one thing to actually put in work in what the vision God has given me. I tried to ignore it, but I have to be obedient. The Holy Spirit was in me and telling me, like, Ashley, this is what you need to do. So the way that panned out is because when I was in college, I found myself low on my financial aid. I don't know about a lot of you, but when you are attending school, and for me being on campus, my funds ran low pretty quick. So I was in need of things like feminine things, school supplies, and different things like that. Everything else I can kind of find my way of trying to skimp on or ask a roommate for something. So that's how we started with our care package, and that's a really, really a demanding thing for our program, which is the mentoring program asset that we have for us underneath that. So that's what a lot of girls usually are attracted to, because a lot of the girls in the community come from low income, or if they are working, they're working to provide an income for the family. So that money that they are earning, it doesn't go to themselves. So we actually are trying to look for donors, because we are not a nonprofit, and we don't have that tax exempt, which is a plus of what we're trying to get at. But I actually want to note that a lot of people who want to become nonprofits, you don't always have to unless you know that you need that funding. So I know that I need the funding in order to provide the different programs that we are striving to give out throughout the different communities. So that's basically what Girls Unite for a Purpose is. And yeah, thank you for having me, guys.
Okay, great. And, you know, again, one of the reasons why we have so many different types of people on the panel is to show you the different steps and the different levels that different people are on. So we have Ashley, who she's really getting to go to that process, but it's really to show you that anything is possible, that if God has given you something, it's possible to get started and to go from here to there, okay? So now let's go to our business panel. I want to bring them back up, and we have a lot of questions, and I'm going to kick it off with a few questions. And again, you know, I'm very happy for us just to have these different types of people. So I want to actually first direct this question to Ryan from Ambitious Girls Club, and really the question is this: when you are teaching people about, or talking to people even about, you know, having a small business, operating as a small business, can you name for us maybe 1 to 3 woes or things that people who are small business owners that they do that they really should not be doing, but that's like the first thing? These are like some things that I can't even talk, some things that they immediately jump to do, and that she would kind of tell them, you know what, you don't really need to be doing this, or you don't really need to be doing that. What are some things that you think that small business owners, especially as women, that we should like kind of slack back on or not do as much of? I know Raven had touched on some things, but what are some things that you have seen, and really anyone else can chime on after her?
Okay, well, I think the first thing that comes to mind for me is people are quick to spend money. And a lot of the time I tell people, planning is something that people think is overrated, but really it's very essential, especially when you're an entrepreneur beginning out, and especially if you don't want to work, or if you're working and your job is supporting your venture, because it is expensive. So you want to make sure that you're planning for what you need, and you're not just spending money, because it does take time to actually earn revenue in a small business. So that would be the main thing that I would say, just off a hand. Don't be so quick to spend. Take your time, figure out what you need, and then go ahead and purchase. You do have to spend money though, so don't get that mistaken. You do have to spend money, but you want to make sure that you're not going out and buying brochures and sending out flyers and getting all this marketing material made, and then you don't even have your program in order. So now it's like, okay, you have all this stuff, but if someone calls, you're not even ready. So you want to be ready before you start spending money.
Okay, would anyone else like to chime in as business owners? What are some things maybe that you did at first that, looking back on it now, I probably shouldn't have done that so fast? Would anyone else like to chime in on that?
If nobody else has anything to say, I'm sorry, that's my daughter in the background. Another thing I would say besides the planning, would also be to, you do have to take risk, and you have to not doubt yourself. I know, especially if you feel like you're new and you don't really know what you're doing, a lot of people have that doubt, but you want to just go out there and do it, because sometimes you just have to make mistakes. Sometimes you just have to fail. I mean, that's a part of the process, and you shouldn't be scared, because if you are scared, then you'll probably end up not doing anything.
Can I chime in?
Yes, yes, yes.
I will also, just piggybacking off of what she said, just getting started, and then being open to possibly changing or kind of tweaking your services or product. I know when I started out with my Sister's Keeper, I actually had a completely different mission, and after a year, I went back and I looked at the programs and events that we had done, and I measured it up against our mission, and I realized that it wasn't quite aligning how I thought it would. So I really had to sit there, and I really had to start from scratch. I brought it back to the table with my team, with my exec board, and I threw it out there like, ladies, I don't think that this mission fits us and fits the direction that we're going in. And rather than tailor our services and what we're doing and the ideas that we have to fit something that hasn't worked, let's just kind of start from scratch and let's see what we can come up with. And I feel really confident about the mission that we have now, because it really feels comfortable. It feels like, this is the direction that we're going in. So I would definitely suggest that when you start out, you may think, this is it. This is the best thing. And it might not work out that way. So definitely be open to change. And don't be hard on yourself the first time around. I'm like the worst critic ever for myself. Don't be hard on yourself. Sometimes just getting started, it calls for a pat on the back.
And what I would add too, and thing is, my experience really comes from, I just opened up my own personal business, but I'm actually in a family business. And what I've learned, again, I was young when they first started, but when we had opened up, my mother owns a private school, and when we had opened up the toddler program, which is a subsection of the school, and I was there, we were adding things and buying things, and I was my mother helped me really see the other side. And now, as far as being more in the operation, if I've learned anything, is that when you spend, you need to spend wisely. You need to know, what do you need, not what do you want, because when you want to go over all the things that you want, you may not need all of those things. You need to know, what does my client, what do they need? What do they need to get to learn more about me? Do not overspend, and do not look at what other people are buying or using for their business to promote their business. Know what you need and what you need alone. Sometimes we get so caught up on, what they're doing to market, what they're doing, maybe, if it's a clothing store, oh, they're selling these products, we need to sell them now. Or, even, it being a school, we were looking at different services that we were thinking about providing. And I began to really think, but is that what our clientele, does it fit what they need? Does it fit, would they purchase it? Would they buy it? So you need to be very smart on what you would see as an expense, and make sure that you're picking the right expenses. Okay, so we're going to move to the next question, and this actually was for Robin. I'm sorry I said Robin. I don't know why I said that, but it's for Robin. And this question is this: when you started your business for clothing, what were some of the challenges you had as far as establishing yourself as not just any kind of clothing store, but a Christian clothing store? What were some of the challenges that you faced in opening up a Christian clothing store?
I would say some of the challenges that I faced was being confident in what God is giving you, because you're basically doing something for God. You're doing a Christian company, and so many other companies are not doing that. So you're so caught up on, well, if I present this in the way of how God gave it to me, are they going to take it in that way? But I had to block out other people's opinions or how other people are doing business. I have to stay focused on God. And no matter what I do in this business, I had to make sure that I glorify God in everything that I did. So I think that was just the biggest thing, is just staying focused on what God gave me and doing what God gave me.
Okay, so now I'm hearing myself. Okay. Someone's on mute. So I want to turn this over to Raven and Lynn, who actually own PR companies. We got a really good question. What's the difference between PR and branding, and why do people confuse PR as in, hey, I'm going to send out some tweets and some Facebook posts and some Instagram pictures, and, you know, I'm going to send a few emails out here and there, and, you know, oh, yeah, because I am doing my own public relations. Can you please explain to them the difference, Lynn and Raven? I'm going to kick it off with Raven, and we'll turn it over to Lynn. Can you please tell people that PR and branding are two different things? So, okay. Raven, can you please kick it off?
Yes, so one, public relations and branding are two different things, and let me kind of explain the two. So branding is basically the strategy you use to promote your brand, and that's basically what identifies and makes your brand different. For instance, if you have a hair salon or maybe a card company, maybe all of your cards have a red bow on them. So when you do your email blast, it's a red bow. When you do maybe your thank you card, there's a red bow. It's basically that branding that is uniform all across the board. So that is what branding is. It's really something that really is this distinctive trait of your brand. So it can be your logo on everything, but maybe the colors of your logo are always borders of your thank you cards and things like that. It's basically having that uniform, distinctive item. So when people see, oh, that bow, oh, that flag, oh, that's so-and-so's brand, that's what branding is. Now, public relations is solely what it means, relating your brand to the public. And how do you do that? You do that through press and now newer social media. But people need to understand that posting on Facebook is not public relations. Why is it not public relations? Because social media is new. So if Facebook was only public relations, was there no public relations 10 years ago? No, or 15 years ago? Because I know Facebook's been around 10 years. So no, so it's really just how do you relate your brand to its public, and that's by saying, okay, I have a clothing brand. It's an upscale clothing brand. What people who buy upscale clothing brands, what are they reading? They're reading Vogue. Okay, so how can my public relations officer or myself pitch myself for Vogue because my target demographic is in Vogue? That's what it is, because, you know, with advertising, you're paying for a certain demographic to see, but with public relations, it's free press, it's free exposure to get your brand in front of a specific demographic. So public relations focuses on strategically, how can I align my client's brand or myself with press, with a specific public that's buying into it. So that has nothing to do with branding. Branding, of course, is a part of public relations, because now if I'm your public relations practitioner, I'm able to push your brand and show that maybe through photo shoots. You know, you always have that distinctive color or look on. Maybe you always wear a blazer or a brooch. But that's what branding is, and that's what public relations is. But they are two different things. They can support one another, but they definitely are not the same thing.
Okay, Lindsay, got anything to add?
Yeah, I definitely agree that branding is your overall unique selling point as it relates to your company, how you position your company, how you choose to run your company. And public relations is kind of like Raven said, to piggyback what the public has to say about your company. And there is a huge difference between advertising and public relations. And Genesis, you also touched on people that are, I can do PR myself, and, you know, I don't need a publicist, but I always tell people, number one, you have to have a passion for doing PR. Number two, like Raven said, it has to be very strategic. If you are an urban fashion brand, there's no reason for you to pitch Vogue. If you are an international fashion brand, there's no reason for you to pitch The Source or Vibe and say, hey, you know, get my clothing line in your magazine or do a write-up on me because I own a company. You have to be very, very strategic in the things that you do. Everything has to be aligned with purpose as far as your branding. So if your logo colors are purple and white, then there should never be anything else, any other color, unless you're doing a logo change at your event or, you know, among anything that has to do with your brand, with your logo, with your slogan. You have to make sure that everything is done strategically and cohesively as well. And PR is definitely something that a lot of small businesses need, but they also need to first learn and be educated on the fundamentals of, you know, what is a brand, what is PR, what is advertising, and what are the differences between these components?
Okay, so now I want to ask this question to all panelists. I want to start with why did I say Ruben? I don't know why I say it. Okay, anyway, y'all, I'm tired, y'all. I've been sitting here for almost 3 hours, so just bear with me. Okay, to all our panelists, marketing and advertising your business, doing it by physically advertising, and then doing it by social media wise and things like that. What has proved to be the most effective, and what has helped you with your business? Because there's a lot of business right now, and they're struggling trying to market themselves, and I think we're so dependent upon Facebook to tell people about us. We're so dependent on, and some people, some of you have brick and mortar locations, some of you have like a more like it's a web service or online service. What has helped you market? What are some tips to give our women on marketing their business and things like that?
Who do you want to start with?
It can be anyone, whoever wants to unmute and go.
Okay, I'll start. So I think 3 things that are really helpful. Of course, one, giveaways are always helpful. People love free things. So even if it's something simplistic like the 3rd person to retweet this gets a consultation, or the 5th person to use my hashtag in my notifications, they'll get a free ebook or something. So number one is always giveaways. Number 2, I think hashtags are very important, but I need to stress the importance of relevant hashtags. So like, let's say I'm saying, I have a financial business, and then I put hashtag fashion. That's, for one, it's rude, because now for people who are really searching and then someone clicks on that fashion hashtag and your financial or mathematical thing comes up, they're going to be pretty annoyed, because it's like, okay, that's not relevant. So make sure they're relevant hashtags. I personally don't like a lot of hashtags, so I say 1 or 2 is fine, because there are a lot of people who connected with me just saying, hey, I was looking for PR people to follow. When I put in, PR, I found you. So I feel like that's proven to be very, very, very helpful. The 3rd thing that I stress, and even for my clients, is infusing like popular culture trends into what you're doing. And I say that as, so like with the Man Crush Mondays, Women Crush Wednesdays, I currently do PR for the Ralph Lauren Cancer Center, and something that we do is every Monday for our Man Crush, we use one of the oncologist doctors, and then for our Women Crush, we always use a cancer survivor. So those are things that, most people use celebrities or something, but that's a hashtag that's already gaining traction. So instead of me trying to think of something creative, I'm basically just taking a popular culture trend that's already being done, but making sure it's relevant. So I think those 3 things are the best: giveaways, using relevant hashtags, 1 or 2 per post, and then basically using popular culture trends. I know you guys used to do it when people were going crazy with this could be you, but X, Y, and Z. So, even if you have, maybe if you're a financial coach, you have someone with like lint in their pockets, and then you have someone with like a savings account and a split screen, and say, this could be you if you hired a financial coach. Something like that. Make it fun but relevant, because people are already looking and enjoying those kind of things.
Okay, anyone else would like to talk about marketing and maybe how it has helped your business, or what things that you've done?
I will also say, if you're doing social networks, be consistent and make sure that the content aligns with what it is that your business or your organization stands for, because a lot of times you find people who mix their pages, and if you don't have a separate page for your specific product or whatever, it becomes a little bit messy, because then it's like your opinions are reflected into your business and vice versa. So I would definitely first and foremost just suggest having completely different pages to separate yourself from the image that you're trying to portray for your brand. And then the second thing would be to make sure that the content is consistent and relevant to what it is that you're doing. Like for My Sister's Keeper, our Instagram, that's the way that we draw a lot of people in. So a lot of things are always like, empowerment, inspiring, and having women tag each other and bring other women on. Like it might be Motivation Mondays, tag a woman or tag your sister that motivates you, and so that's how we draw people in. But making sure that things are consistent and that they're aligned with your mission, because if that's the only way that I can meet you is through your social networks, then it should really reflect you in what you stand for, not a follow-up call because we might not ever have that chance to talk. So.
And I would also like to add too, for people who are doing on foot or physical marketing, because again, for those who have brick and mortars and things like that, and you want to promote, got my giveaway items falling, and you want to promote physically, what I've learned is this: you need to be strategic in where you market. I've learned even from the business, from the family business, even when we did our marketing, our physical marketing, we had bought postcards and mailers to send out to different locations. And you have to be smart. For instance, our clientele base is for African American families who have children, who don't just have any children, but specific ages. So our clientele base is for toddler ages all the way up to 6th grade. So we do not need to be marketing to families who have college age old kids, okay? So you need to make sure that you're marketing to the right people. Also, what is the price of your services? If you serve a clientele base for lower income families, you should not be sending it to a zip code that you know. For instance, if you're from Atlanta, or if you know about Atlanta, you have Buckhead, you have Bankhead. Bankhead is low income, Buckhead is high income. If I'm going to serve people in Bankhead, which is the lower income, I should not be sending out my marketing materials to Buckhead, because those are not the people I'm trying to market to. I'm trying to serve the lower income base. So that's very important to know. Also, you can get even more specific with your marketing materials. We had obtained a mailing list, and we were even specific in the income levels that we wanted, because we knew that we needed people who were able to afford private school services. You want to send out 1,000 postcards to people who can't even afford your services. You're going to be waiting for calls that you can't even get. Another tip that Oh, sorry?
I say, and you're wasting your supplies and material.
Exactly. But you don't want to be so excited about, okay, I have this business, that you just send out postcards everywhere. You need to be strategic. I would also like to add to, in your branding and your marketing materials, when you're sending out informationals, Raven had brought up a great tip, was a mailing list. If you don't have a mailing list on your website, if people cannot subscribe to obtain information, it's not good. With Girls of Royalty, you become an official Royal Girl by inserting your email address and all those kinds of things. Why do we do that? So that we can have constant contact with those who come in contact with us. Now, we're not even a business. We are a movement. That's going to be a nonprofit. So, again, this is important for anyone. Making sure that you have an email list so that you can even do email marketing. Making sure that even the marketing materials that you send out in your emails are good ones, that they look good. You're not just sending out, some random thing here and there. Make sure that you proofread your materials and things like that. Does anyone have any other comments that they would like to add about actual marketing and marketing their business?
I wanted to add, with the social media, there's so many different social media sites, and the type of business that you have can really help you determine which social media site is best for your business. Every site is not for every business, so that's definitely another thing that you should consider. And I'm a big planner, so I'm always going to encourage people to create a marketing plan. Definitely, you need to know your target market in and out. You need to know what they like, where they're at, who their friends are, what they buy, how much money they make, where they live. Like, you need to know them like they're your best friend, so that the way that you present your product is how they want to see it.
Can I chime in really fast?
Yep, you sure can.
Okay, this is going towards organizations. Before I knew in my area that there was a Boys and Girls Club, I literally had to do some research. And they're right here, probably like 10 minutes away from me. And it's like, okay, what's going on? Marketing. I would not have known. They had a site right down the corner from me and in another city. And I cannot stress that enough. Even till now, I know target areas where I can go and scout and do outreach for Girls Unite for a Purpose, because I know what time the kids get off and get out of school, where they hang out. Not trying to solicit, them trying to join, but just kind of like, okay, this is what we do, this is what we offer, and it's a low-income area, and this is what we're striving to do, and to close in the gaps and add assistance for them. But it's like, you want to go about it in a really positive way, and not only that, you want to utilize all the resources that you have. So if you know that you have the funding to market, but you're using this funding for unnecessary things, you need to switch some things up. So I think that's really, really important, because for it to be an organization that is known and you don't even know it's in your area, something is wrong. So you need to key in and play around to see what works for you. And I like to go off of, I think her name was Raven earlier when she did the presentation, just handing out brochures or pamphlets or networking cards are not going to do it. Establishing relationships is what that helps. I found that for me, and actually for donations that we're trying to get, is actually having a relationship and actually keeping in contact. The mailing list thing, that goes hand in hand as well. So yeah, I think I probably went off tangent a little bit, but yeah, that's my piece.
And I also want to add too that when you do your marketing, things like that, someone had brought, again, networking relationships. Our biggest amount of people that have come into our business has been by word of mouth. You know why? Our product is good. If you're not serving a good product, it does not matter how much you market. It does not matter how many business cards you send out. People know you by word of mouth. If your product is not good and they heard about it from their girlfriend and they say, girl, no, you do not want them, you do not want them. Girl, I got their, it ripped in half, or look, girl, I had them do something for me and they didn't return my call in 3 months. And you want to make sure that you're being a good business before you even push out your stuff. Make sure that you have your brand together. When someone calls you and you pick up, I think we touched on this last week, and they call you and they say, hello, how are you doing? You need to be professional. Have a professional opening. For Girls of Royalty, we use Google Voice, because I don't want someone calling me at 12 p.m. and I'm still in bed and I'm going to roll over and say, hi, welcome to Girls of Royalty. How can I help you? No, we send them to our Google Voice, and I can call them back and be professional when I call them back, okay? And again, those are ways that can really help you. Okay, next thing. How can social media help or hurt your business? I'm going to start off by saying, just like Sorora said, mixed pages. If you and your business both have the same page, that is the number one, I think, one of the ways you can hurt your business. So I'm going to turn over to the rest of our panel. How can social media help or hurt your business?
I think one of the biggest concerns with social media, especially for businesses, whether product or service, is that the really good thing is that testimonials can go viral and they're public. So let's say I do a consultation with someone and they comment like, oh my God, Raven, you're amazing. I think you do such a great job with my press kit or with my press release. I really look forward to using your services again. The same way someone did that, it's very easy for someone to say, Raven, you were very unprofessional. I hate you. I'll never want to use you again. So I think one way that it can help and hurt your business both are that the testimonials are public. And something that I always suggest when clients do have negative feedback publicly on their Facebook pages or social media is to use that as an opportunity to look very resourceful. So to give an example, so like let's say someone's saying they were very unhappy with your services, just saying basically, hey, I'm the CEO of this brand and I'm sorry that you had this experience. Here's my email. Let's discuss further about this. I never suggest anyone ignoring it or ever arguing with someone on social media. Use that as a tool to say, you know what, our business is growing. We're not always going to be perfect, but we do pay attention and we do listen. And me as a CEO or executive of this company, or even a staffer of this company, we take service very seriously. Can we please have this conversation offline? Because other people, even if they're not liking, they're observing what's going on your social media. So you definitely always have to use every moment to look resourceful, because the same way people can repost you and say how amazing you are, someone can snapshot and repost and say, this is a sucky company and I hate them. So always be mindful of that, to use whether good or bad as a time to show how resourceful and on point you are.
Would anyone else like to comment on this as well?
I would just like to say, with the mixing of the pages, it really just depends on what your business is. For me, myself, I feel like I am the motivation behind Ambitious Girls Club. So a picture of me or my lifestyle represents what Ambitious Girls Club stands for. Therefore, it fits. Now, if I have, if I was like a rapper or I don't know, anything else besides who I am, then it wouldn't fit for me to have that on my social media. So I just wanted to chime in that it is okay if your lifestyle fits your brand. If it doesn't, then that's when you need to have that separate page. And even still, you're not going to go on Ambitious Girls Club and see my family vacation and my daughter and birthday parties and everything. You may see me and my daughter and me say this is my motivation or girl power or anything like that, but that's because I am my brand. If you're not your brand, then you don't need to be on there at all.
And actually, and again, that's actually what, that's perfect what she's saying. Again, if you are not your brand, then that's really where the mixing of pages gets messed up. And for most business owners, you are not your brand. Now, you can be your brand. Like, for instance, if I'm a rapper, or let's say I'm 2 Chainz. 2 Chainz is not going to have a separate page for his rap because he's the rapper, so he's going to, and hopefully he shall get saved. But then, like, for instance, Girls Royalty, I'm not going to put myself on there, say, hey, y'all, about to eat my bowl of Raisin Bran Crunch. That does not fit Girls Royalty, because that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about women who love God, And again, people can follow your separate page, but it's very good to keep the pages separate, because you know what I've learned? People, actually, it's not even something you can learn. People are judgmental. People will unfollow you if they didn't like your red socks you had on yesterday. They will follow you if they liked your green socks you had on today. It's like people are just that's just how people are. They're just and so you don't want to enable people, and again, it's not even about, well, I don't care what people think. That is not even a good attitude to have. You should care about, though, the idea of how you are being portrayed and how your business is, or how your business or brand is being portrayed, especially if that is your money maker. Okay, your money is tied to your business. So you don't want to go down the drain because, you went on this huge tangent or rant on someone when you should have just kept that to your private page. Don't bring in people who are looking for your services. They're looking for your services. They're not looking for your personal opinion on Kim Kardashian, unless you are your brand and you can talk about Kim Kardashian, because people are following you for your opinions. People do not follow you for your opinions unless they do. You know what I mean? Like, so make sure you just, guys, make sure you get that. Okay, so does anyone have anything else to chime in before we move on?
I have one last thing.
Uh-huh.
In terms of having, even whether it's a separate page or you're combining a page, if you're advertising your service, your product, your business on social media, I would really suggest to be responsive. You see a lot of people who have their own pages and they post these pictures and they never go on and reply to anyone's comments or questions. And sometimes I know that you might have a website that you'd like to push people towards. But if you're using a social network as an advertising mechanism, then go on and check and make sure you're replying to people's comments. It might not be every day, all day. I know with MSK pages, I have two ladies who actually oversee all of our social networks. So they go on and they check. They may post in the morning. They check throughout the day. It might not be able to be something that can be done every single, all day long like it's your personal page. But just go on and be responsive, because you never know. Someone might say something like, hey, I like what you're doing. I want to make a donation for $500. But if you never go on and check and respond, you're missing out. So I would suggest just being engaged. And making sure that you just, stay consistent and stay in communication with your followers.
Okay, I have one more question too as well. This is part of the question that we had. Okay, competition. Do you look at the competition or do you not look at the competition? How far into other people shall we? Because I feel like I know. Oh, someone's not muted. But I know, like, with our business, we look at the competition only it's not to see what they're doing, to see what we can do, but it's to see how these shifts are changing. Like, for instance, if we know, perfect example, summer camp is coming up, right? We offer summer camp. However, if we are starting to see prices being lowered from other schools, we're going to kind of check out, okay, what's going on? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there are certain alerts that you should be looking out for just to kind of keep in with the trends and know, okay, if other businesses are doing this, maybe I should check into. Not that you should do it, but I feel like there are certain things that you should check in and kind of see where the trends are and to see if that's something that you should align yourself to or not. But I feel like should we be completely blind to competition as business owners? Should we be looking around? People tell us, don't focus on the competition, but how much should we focus on the competition?
Well, you definitely need to know what your competition is doing. In the business program that I attended, we learned about a competitive analysis, which was being able to compare your business, your strengths, your weaknesses to existing organizations that have similar products or services as you. So you definitely want to be able to know what's out there so that you know what you're doing better than them, so that when somebody comes to you, you know, okay, that's what they do, well, this is what we do. Not that you would say that, but you can off rip say, well, we do this, this, and this, knowing that the other guys don't do that. So you definitely want to know what other people are doing, but you never want to be so involved with the competition that now every time they change, you change. Every time they do something, you're doing something. Because you're not them, and you can never be them. You always have to be yourself. But definitely a competitive analysis is something that I would recommend every small business owner to do. Like I said before, I'm a big planner. So Google that. It's a very simple thing to do. You look at what people's prices are, their services, what customers are saying about them, and you can do all of that online. You can use Google, you can go on their website, you can go on their social media pages to see what people are talking about. You can use hashtags like was mentioned before to see how many people are using their hashtags, to see, you know, if people are loving what they're doing, if they're responding to customers appropriately, or if they're not. You know, you definitely want to know what's going on.
I would like to say something. Correlating into organizations, because there are a few that are in my area, and I don't look at them as competition, but I like to be informed as to what they offer, what they're doing, events, and things like that, just in case there might be a situation or opportunity where we can collaborate. I love to collaborate, and I think some organizations are kind of shy away from that because they think it's going to take away from the attention that they may get. I actually do really well with collabs in our area, so that is something really, really good to like key in as an organization to do that. And yeah, don't be afraid. Go for it.
Piggybacking off of what Ashley said, I also think that it's important to be to be knowledgeable about what they're doing, but I don't necessarily view them as competition, like, oh no, we can't ever, you know, intertwine, or, you know, they're doing this, we can't do that. My goal, and I guess it's just from me being a woman, personally, I want every woman to be successful in whatever it is that she's doing. So, and I feel like if I'm doing God's will, then He's always going to make sure that I have the resources. He's always going to make sure I have the support. He's always going to make sure that I have everything that I need. So if, you know, if I have to connect with another woman, then I don't look at it in the sense like, okay, well, what could I be losing by connecting with her? Because ultimately, it could be gaining something bigger than what I thought I would have lost. Last night, I had a phone call with an organization, with the Business to Cupcake Society, and we had a really good conversation, and it was really good to just talk to another woman and just pour into each other how we pour into other women. And it was probably a 20-minute conversation just discussing different ways that we could support each other, because we really liked what each organization stood for. And now we're looking at ways, how can we support each other down the line? How can we work with youth? I don't necessarily believe in reinventing the wheel. So if I know that Ashley has this organization and she's working with young girls, then I might not need to go start my own organization and work with girls, because we're pulling from the same group of children. But maybe I can just be a blessing to her organization and work with her and help her grow. And I think that's something that we find. A lot of people kind of just say, okay, well, I'm just going to go start my own thing. But why can't you work with someone else? Is it for the sake of saying you have something, you're a CEO, you're a founder, you're a president? Because all of those titles come with a large responsibility. So sometimes you might just want to go on and help somebody. But I don't necessarily look at it in a sense like, okay, they're competition, we can't do anything. Yes, be knowledgeable of what they're doing. Be knowledgeable of the trends, because things may be changing. But I would never look at it in a negative aspect, because at the end of the day, I just want all of us to be successful in whatever it is that we're doing.
Would anyone else like to comment?
I would like to comment. With my business, when I first started the business, I did a lot of looking at my competition. But as I grew, God basically told me, this is the business I gave you. So the only person that you really need to be looking at or comparing or getting your ideas from is from me. So I believe I I believe so many times we do that. We try to get ideas from this person, or we try to go with what our competition is doing. But what's more important is doing what God is giving you at that time. Let's say, for example, the spring is coming up, and my competition has started bringing out their spring wear a month ahead of time. But if God is telling me right now, this is what I want you to do with your business, we have to be more obedient to God than doing what our competition is. I don't know. I definitely just kind of disagree, but because I believe my entire business just goes in line with what God tells me to do.
And I want to piggyback actually off of what I want to piggyback actually off of what Robin said. I think that when you first start out, I think you should know what the competition is. But after that, after you've established after looking at the competition, where everyone is, of course, staying in tune to new businesses that may open up in your area. It is I cannot stress this enough. Of course, this is Girls Royalty, so we got to bring in God. Being led by the Holy Spirit is what keeps your business alive. It is not the trends that keeps your business alive. Because I'm going to tell you something. God may be directing you where no one else may be. And it is essential that you are led by the Holy Spirit. I'm telling you, I can say this over and over again. So many times, we talk about, Raven had talked about even how small businesses were closing and things like that. And it's very true. But you know what? As a Christian business owner, you should not even be afraid of business closing, of your business even closing. You know why? If you're dependent upon the Holy Spirit and letting Him be your guide. The Bible says that the Holy Spirit is the comforter, right? And it says that He shall lead me and guide me in all truth. And truth is a revealer of things to come and things that are happening currently. So you have to be aware that even as the businesses, even as things close, even as the economy may go up and down, even as the world may crash around you, you have to keep faith in what God has given you. And that's the reason why I love what Robin was saying, because we have to trust God in what we do. And it's like even what Sorora said, if God has given you something, why? Again, I'm not saying that we shouldn't look at the competition in some points. Again, what I'm saying is do not get so caught up in what competition does that you actually become your competition. That is the danger. That's actually how many businesses close. When Girls of Royalty started, the first thing, of course, I did was I looked at other online ministries. First of all, Pinky Promise is huge, okay? Pinky Promise is huge, right? And I love Heavenless. I love what she does. But I cannot focus on Pinky Promise. I cannot focus on Women That Win. I cannot focus on, Priscilla Sharir and Christine Kane and try to be like A21, try to be like all these people trying to do what they do. Because guess what? God has called them to do that. I have not been called to do that. Why am I so worried? You know what I mean? Again, you have to stop that kind of thinking, because the enemy will plant fear in your mind telling you that you cannot be like them, because look at what you can only give. Look at what you can only bring to the table. And then what's going to happen is, I don't know how. I can't be like Pinky Promise. I can't be like, you know what, God, I can't do it. And you know what's going to happen? It's just like what happened with Esther and Vashti. Vashti said, you know what, I can't come to the table. God said, okay, bye, here comes Esther. What you are not able to do, someone else will step in and do it. Because guess what? If God has deemed it to come to pass, if you're not going to be the willing vessel, someone else will. And I refuse for God to not use me. God has done so much in my life that I refuse to not take on that calling that God has given me. So you definitely want to make sure that you are being led by the Holy Spirit. If you're not being led by the Holy Spirit, you know what? I feel bad. It's like what Jesus, I feel bad for you, son. You know what I mean? Like, you have to really pay attention to the Holy Spirit. I don't want to go on a tangent, but I'm just saying, the Holy Spirit, I like to say it like this. When I wake up and I get ready for my day, I say, you know what, Holy Spirit, let's do this. I'm not even saying me, let's do this. I'm saying, you know what, Holy Spirit, let's do this. Holy Spirit, what do we got to do today? What are you telling me to do? When I'm going to work and I'm in my car, my worship sessions, I'm worshiping on the way to work, because I know that the enemy is going to try to throw something at me to make me either not do Girls Royalty, to either not make me not want to work, to, and I know what I say, Holy Spirit, we're going to block all that in the name of Jesus, because I'm about to work. I'm going to take what God has called me to do. Okay, so I want to move on to this question, last question.
This was actually asked by FFL Boutique, and they asked, as a startup company, what is the best advice you have on managing your business budget separate from personal finances? Again, as a startup company, what is the best advice you have on managing your business budget separate from personal finances? And anyone can throw up to answer this one.
For me, it would definitely just be to make sure that you have separate accounts. You should definitely have a business account, and you should definitely be knowing what's going in and what's going out at all times. If you don't focus on anything else, you definitely need to focus on your cash flow. And that's pretty much the main thing for me as far as finances.
I would also say, just like she said, making sure that you have separate accounts, but my financial coaches also set up my budget. We worked together to set up a complete budget, and now I'm at the point where I know I need to invest a certain amount of money into my business, into MSK every month, and I do it by just putting money into a separate account twice a month. And I try to limit any other spending for MSK outside of what's there. I know sometimes, because for those who might not know or might not treat their product or their business, MSK is my baby. So I really like to I really go overboard sometimes, and sometimes it hurts me in other areas. So now I'm at a point where I'm training myself financially to try to stay within those parameters that I'm setting. And if I decide to increase more, making sure that the money is not coming from another area of my personal budget that will hurt. So maybe if I'm putting more money in, then maybe I might have to just chalk in and say, okay, well, so you can't get your nails done this week because you used that money, versus saying, okay, you used it for something that's supposed to go into your house. So definitely, I would really encourage just setting up a budget. We do have, my Sister's Keeper, we do have a financial coach on our board, and if anyone's interested, she can definitely help you set up something. You can get my contact information. I'm sure Gigi will be sharing it afterward, but I would definitely suggest just setting up that budget and trying to stick to it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that as well. I think that it's important to make sure you stick to your budget. Make sure you keep a personal budget as well as a business budget. And then there are tools. I love Wave Accounting. So I use that, and I have it set up so whenever I have a link or a payment, it goes directly to Wave Accounting. I'm able to keep track of all of my expenses. I'm able to keep track of how much money I made this month. And so there are different tools and resources that you can use as well that will help you kind of distinguish, okay, this is the budget that I have for my personal, this is the budget that I have for my business. Make sure that you don't go over. If you do happen to go over, don't beat yourself up about it, but also don't spend out more just because you've already gone over your budget. Kind of discipline yourself accordingly.
Anyone else? Okay. So that's actually going to wrap up our small business panel. We're going to move on now to our nonprofit, and then we're actually going to bring in, we have Chandra with us, and of course that's DeShandra Gibson. And I know a lot of people have been waiting for this fashion aspect of Girls of Royalty. And so, the great thing about this is that, I really want to keep Robin on for this because Robin is the owner of of actual boutique. So the actual idea of faith and fashion mixing together is really a great aspect that we definitely want to talk about. So I'm going to pass on these questions now to our nonprofit panel. And also, to the faith and fashion, we're just going to mix in all these questions and get them out the way. Now, what I do want to say is I do want to announce who the winner was of our Royal Fab package, and that is Chanel Denise Smith. You just won all of this stuff. So, actually, she's one of our panelists from week 2. So she actually won this, so thank you for being our number 5. And so, again, you will get your information on how to win that. But before we transition I want to turn over to the panel really quick because I actually have to use the bathroom. I've been sitting for 2 hours. So I want to do this. Again, make sure that everyone stays muted and unmute your mic when it's time to talk, and then mute your mic when it is not your time to talk. So what I want us to do is I want everyone to reintroduce themselves who are just everyone else who's still on the panel. Can you just reintroduce yourselves? And then I really want Ashley and Sorora, who are representing the nonprofit aspects. I want you guys to really talk about what made you what made you open up your nonprofit, because a lot of people are scared. They're a little nervous about doing things for free. Doing things where I'm not going to be charging people directly. It's going to be coming from funding or things like that. Of course, you can have a for-profit arm. You can throw events and things like that may charge. But for some people, the idea of actually being a charitable organization, actually providing services and programs, it can be very challenging for people. So I would love for you to reintroduce yourself and just talk to us a little bit more about what you do, and maybe can you please talk to us about some of the things that you've come to learn about having a nonprofit, and even matter of fact, Robin, you can even contribute because you also have a ministry as well. And so anything really, I feel like that all kind of really falls in line as well. So could you guys please talk about, again, reintroduce yourselves. Tell us what you do, tell us who you represent, and then tell us more about your nonprofit and things that you've learned growing upwards. Things, whether it's tips, things that you think you really, next time I definitely would have redone this or that. So I'll start with, let's start with Sorora, and we'll just go Sorora and Robin if you want to talk about your ministry a little bit, and then we'll go to Ashley as well.
Hi. So, good evening, ladies. My name is Sorora Oyster. I am here on behalf of My Sister's Keeper. My Sister's Keeper is an outlet for young women to tap into, to connect with other like-minded women striving to live a life of purpose and make an impact on the world. As I mentioned before, I started this organization in 2012, and it's always been in my spirit to do something like this. I kind of got started with working with women back when I was in college. I actually co-founded and served on the executive board for a student-based organization on campus called Ladies First, and we did a lot of empowering workshops and programs for the women and the young women on campus. And then I went on to join Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, which kind of opened me up to programming in a formal aspect. And kind of more programming with a purpose. Once I graduated, it was one of those things where when I graduated, I kind of felt like, okay, it's time for me to go because I've done everything that I could on campus. But when I left, I always had it in my spirit to just want to help women. And I will always say, if I could do what I did for Ladies First and for Delta for the rest of my life, I will probably be happy, because it's in that zone, the programming, the empowering women, the having the conversations, connecting women. That's where I feel comfortable. That's where I thrive. That's where I feel like God is using me most. So back when I started the organization, it came about because I realized that a lot of my girlfriends were calling me about the same issues, but what happened was we had all moved away. And we were all living in different places and kind of just in different areas of our lives, but we were still dealing with the same things, and we didn't have one place where we could kind of bring those issues and discuss them in a constructive way. So initially when I kind of started thinking through the idea, it was actually my twin sister and I. We were just talking about it and trying to figure out a way, okay, well, how can we get our girlfriends together to kind of talk about these issues and things like that? And we went on to present it as, let's do like a girls' talk event. Let's do a brunch of some sort. And we wanted it to be a place where women could come together and put their problems on the table, but walk away with a solution. We didn't want it to just be like, okay, we're going to come and we're going to vent, and everybody's going to talk about how much they don't like their job, but they don't know about their next move. We wanted it to be something where they could actually take something away and work on themselves. So it was supposed to be a small event, but we received such an overwhelming response that I kind of just went ahead and just made it the first event, which was the Sister Circle Soiree, and we discussed a lot of different topics, and the women were really able to walk away with some valuable tools. After that, I went on to just develop the idea more and create an executive board. So I have a dynamic group of women who work with me to help bring this vision to life. I also have a volunteer MSK team. They're the women who work behind the scenes, so you might not necessarily see them on the front line, but they're the ones who are behind the scenes making sure things run smoothly at the events. And I'm really in a place where right now I know God is working because I see it every day with MSK. I feel like MSK is kind of like, this is the one thing that I've prayed about that I just know without a doubt, like, okay, this is what God has for me. And it was not always easy. I'm sure down the line it won't be easy. And I've actually thought about walking away a few times because I was overwhelmed with things, but that's where prayer comes into play. And trusting that, you know, if you pray for it, you're made for it, and God is never going to bring you to something that He's not going to stay with you through. So I feel like we're in a really good space. We're actively thinking of ways to serve women better. And of course, you know, we've had some high points, we had some low points. But I say all of this to say that this is something that I can't see myself not doing when I'm not able to do MSK, because there was a time where I stepped back because I needed to take a better look at the overall organization. I needed to work on myself. Those days where I didn't work on it is where I felt like I am being a horrible mom because my child is out here and my baby is abandoned and I need to take care of my child. So that just goes to show that I can't exist without MSK. And I'm really, really excited about the direction that we're going in. Some of the things that I've learned throughout the past year, knowing that when God gives you a vision, He doesn't give the vision to everyone else. So people might not support you. And that doesn't mean that the work you're doing is not effective or, you know, it's not right. It just may mean that people aren't in a place to accept your gift and accept your calling. But nonetheless, you're still called, so you still show up and you still perform. And I've learned that, you know, I don't bash people when they don't support. I ask, if you can't come to an event, if you can't make a donation, say a prayer. Prayer is free. That one prayer may open up a door to something that you couldn't even give me, that, you know, it may bring more to me than you coming just to come and sit here because you want to say you're here and you're supporting me. Say a prayer for us. Also learning that it's okay to get things wrong the first time around, and be open to change. Developing thicker skin, because a lot of people have a lot of things to say, but, you know, you start looking like, well, you criticizing, but you never been here. But that's okay, because people are going to do that. And still, once again, staying true to who you are with the whole growth process. But yeah, I would just say, and I guess in the whole nutshell, I'm very happy that this was something that I actually started with. I'm very blessed. I have some great women around me. God is still opening up doors, and He's still moving, and He's still blessing people, and He's still putting people on His board, and we're still working despite what it may look like. Despite how people might not believe in it, I believe in it, and the women that I have around me believe in it, and God has blessed this. So it's nothing that anybody can say that's going to make me change my feelings towards this. And in the event that anyone who they can't believe or they don't see it, then I take my child and I move away from you, and you look at us from a distance because you don't need to be around us. But at the end of the day, despite everything that we've gone through and the things that we've dealt with, we are in a good place. I give all glory, praise, and honor to God. I give Him all the glory and triumph. Even when we win, I even give Him glory in the failures, because even the failures is still a lesson. So I'm very happy, and I'm very blessed to even have been given this vision. So.
Okay, okay. I want to hear from Robin. For Robin, okay, can you tell us a little bit more about your ministry and what you guys do and the things that you provide?
Okay. The ministry that I have is Total Freedom Ministries, and this vision God gave me a year before I started the Modest Lady Boutique, but I ended up starting them at the same time. But with the Total Freedom Ministry is basically breaking free from your bondage of slavery through Jesus Christ. And when he gave me that, I've been in church for a very long time. I've been in church for about 10 plus years, but still struggling with the same old things. And when God began to reveal to me that what Christ truly done for us, he truly set us free, and that we're still in Christ, but sometimes we walk around as slaves to sin, or slaves to finances, or slaves to so many things. So God gave me Total Freedom Ministries so that we can truly walk in the freedom that Christ has provided for us. So through Total Freedom Ministries, we do teachings, blogs, videos where we basically just help believers. It's not my words; it's the Holy Spirit working through me to break free from their bondage of slavery, whatever issue or whatever thing that they feel like they're enslaved with. The Holy Spirit just speaks, and I write, or I do videos, or I do go out or whatever to speak to people so that we can get to that place of freedom of what Christ has provided. That's basically all I do with the Total Freedom Ministries. It's in its beginning stages, and with that ministry, I'm basically just trusting God, because it's a, what can I say? It's a thing that a lot of people really don't believe, as in they feel like, oh, I'm in Christ, how can I be a slave to anything? So I get a lot of, I guess, backlash on that, but I'm just trusting God and trusting the words of the Holy Spirit to just minister to people, to let them know that, no, there's things that you are still enslaved by, and Christ is giving you this freedom. So let's get to that freedom that he's provided for us. So that's everything with the Total Freedom Ministries.
Hey. So now Ashley.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, with Girls Unite for a Purpose, we actually unveiled our organization name a couple of days ago, or last week, one or the other. We were just based a program called Mentoring Young Girls, and it's been really heavy on my heart to transition into the next stage, even though we're not a nonprofit. I can't stress enough that you gotta follow what God is telling you to do. And like I said, after I graduated in 2010 in December, it was just really heavy on my heart to start an organization for young girls in my area, which are girls who come from low-income families. And that's what I'm a product of. I come from a single-parent home, low income, and it just felt natural. That's what I needed to do. And the first year, it felt good, because you're like, okay, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to plan, this, that, and other. We had a clothing drive in December of 2011. It went well. We were able to get a lot of clothes donated, and we actually wrapped them, so it actually felt like a Christmas gift for some of the families. But going off of what Soraya was saying, I had to take some time off, because I felt like, okay, this may not be something I need to be doing, because I don't have the money, I don't have the funds, and you will probably have to hash out money out of your own pocket. If you don't have someone that is funding your ideas, you are most certainly going to be having to hash out the funds from anything from the event, anything from the pamphlets, the brochures, the networking cards, all that. It was a little scary for me in the beginning, but God is good. I can't stress enough. God is just so good, because even to this day, I don't know how I'm going to make it, but I trust him. I'm trying not to get emotional because it's my baby and I love it dearly. But God just he does a really great thing, and I am just so thankful. But going off of what we offer care packages. That's one of our main big deals is offering feminine products and school supplies for girls who may be in college, high school, or middle school who need items and don't have them anymore because their funds are low or they ran out of financial aid. So I think there's nothing really out there that does this. So this is why I started it, because I found myself needing these things. It's like, okay, my mom doesn't have it, my financial aid ran out, I need these items. So these girls can contact us, fill out an application, and just give us a little brief testimony of how they feel that this care package is going to help them, and they get it for free. I don't feel like it would be the right thing to charge them, because it's like, where are they going to get their money from? And if they do have $5 or $10, I'm pretty sure they're going to have to need to use that for pack of Top Ramen or gas or toilet paper, whatever the case may be. So God has placed it on my heart to not do that. And a lot of people look at me crazy, like, okay, you're asking for donations, you're asking for people to do this and that for you, and you're not even a tax exempt organization. But I believe that God will make a way. He has been, and He always will be. And I just ask for people just to continue to pray for our vision, our mission. A lot of shifting is going on, and I just have to trust God that He is going to just make everything happen for the purpose of Him. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a vessel that's, sharing my testimony, because I love doing that. A lot of times people shy away from that, but I don't have a problem with doing that, because I want people to know that, we have something in common. Just because I may be the founder, I may be in a leadership position, I do have other things that I can offer. I've been there, I've done that. You need a mentor? Okay, sign up and we got you. So that's just a little bit of background for us. We are on Twitter, Facebook, we're on all that. We have a website. It's Girls Unite 4, the number 4, apurpose.org, and we are not a nonprofit yet, but we are in the works of doing that, and we're trying to get funds and donations through GoFundMe. And just to go off of, I think, what Gigi, which is Genesis, she was saying about in regards of trying to start a nonprofit and thinking you're going to get revenue from that, and thinking the revenue is going to pay you for doing the position that you are being a charity. It doesn't happen like that. You either have a passion or heart to do it and start it out, and then when it comes to times where you are a nonprofit and you can go and get grants, that type of stuff might cover it. It depends on what the legal agreements are, because sometimes a lot of people just want to fund your program. They don't want to fund to pay for your staff. That's what you have to figure out. Like you have to have a budget. You have to have a business plan. And a lot of people look like, business plan? I'm an organization. Why do I need a business plan? But you do. So I'm just thankful, and I'm thankful God is just using me in a position where I actually enjoy doing what I am doing, regardless of me not fully having all the resources that I need. But I know it's helping girls out there. And we're here to network. We're always open to network with any and everybody who are interested in our mission and our vision. So that's it.
Okay. Well, we're just so grateful to have these nonprofits on the air with us. We're about to transition to our to our fashion and faith panel. But I do want to throw out one question to our panel before we transfer, and that is this. Okay, I'm just going to pick one of them. Okay, being a nonprofit, and I guess really we kind of already answered this, though, as far as being a nonprofit and working with funding. One of them was, what was the most challenging way to gain funding? But I guess to make it more general or specific, what has been the best way for you guys to gain money to provide these free resources? Because these are free resources for people. So what has been the best way for you guys to gain the money to help the women? So for those who are looking to start a nonprofit or a ministry, whatever it may be, how can they get the resources, the money to help people?
May I answer?
Yes.
First, I would say be willing to invest something of your own as your own startup money, because the resources, you can pray them in, but sometimes they don't kick in at the very beginning. Sometimes they come down the line. So you have to be willing to invest into it yourself. And I would say be very strategic in going after people that you know would support what you're doing, as well as how are you presenting it. Make sure that your product, your service, your organization, if it's something that people believe in and you present it properly, they're going to buy into it and they're going to want to make those donations. For example, my Sister's Keeper, we do something called the I Support MSK campaign. All of the money raised, all of the proceeds raised go towards purchasing trunks filled with the necessities for your first year of college. And we give them away to girls who are graduating from high school and going on to live on campus. And the first year we launched it was last summer. And when we sat there and we thought about it and we were thinking through the planning process, and it was like we didn't necessarily know how it was going to play out, but what we did before anything, and what a lot of people don't know, is we pray before we do any event. We pray over whatever it is that we're working on. And when we presented it, it was so tight and it was so that people just bought into it, and we were receiving donations left and right because we were targeting people. Like we went after the college group, because we all know, as women in college, we were in that same place where we needed stuff to go away to school with, and our parents might not have had it. So we're going after people that can identify with exactly what it is, our mission and our purpose with this, and people started to buy into it. So I would definitely say to make sure that whatever it is that your package is right, is as tight as possible, and try to leave as little room as possible for people to try to call you out about some flaws or whatever. And there are always flaws, but just make sure that product you're trying to get people to invest in is tight. I hope that helps.
Can I chime in really quick?
Yes.
Even if you're not a nonprofit, I think it's good to have a board with board members, people that are going to back you up, not just by, verbally, but out of their pockets too. So don't get someone who's on your board that cannot financially hash out what it is that you are trying to do, because it's just kind of pointless. If that's the case, you can move them in the team of being a volunteer. So I cannot stress that enough. Like Soror was saying, you are probably going to have to invest with your personal funds to do whatever it is that you're trying to do. A lot of times people will not want to go ahead and donate if they don't see that people within the organization aren't doing what they say that they want others to do. So you don't have to go flashing and say, hey, I made this donation, hey, I made this. But to start it off, you might want somebody that's a volunteer and say, you know what, I'm donating to Girls for a Purpose, we're doing this and we're doing that. If you want to donate, this is how you can do so. But just be an example. So that would be one good way. And then also your church. I know they have their own funding and what they have to do too. But even the community, there's just random people. If you just talk to different people and you come across them, or if you're at an event or something and you just tell them what you do, sometimes people are willing to just hand you cash. Like, I believe is making a purpose and a way for all this to happen. He will put those people in your path regardless of if you're not doing a lot of work, if you're going out there handing out flyers, he'll make a way, and it'll happen. But you just got to have faith, and your mindset cannot be on how can I make money, how can I get people to donate. It has to really serve a purpose.
And before we transition to our fashion and faith panel, I just want to say, a lot of people always ask me questions, and I'm like the worst person to email. Anyone can say that. I'm like the worst person to email. And thank God we now have a team of people. But a lot of people have always asked me too on funding. How do you fund organizations, and how did you get Girls Rule to get up? It is actually exactly what Ashley and Soror said. You will have to put in your money. You will have to do that. You will have to, because if this is something that God has given you, God will give you the resources. And many times I've noted that when God was expanding areas in my life, it was actually to expand Girls of Royalty as well. When God gives you blessings, it's never just for you. It's never, because that's not the essence of God. He expands them to help others. When in the beginning of the Bible, Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden. Was the Garden of Eden just for Adam and Eve? Actually, no, because the animals were there as well. It was so that the animals as well could enjoy the profits of that world as well. So you have to be mindful that when God blesses you, that you also need to contribute that as well to whatever God has given you, because you are also a steward of that. We talked about being a good steward in week 2 of Faith and Finance. Being a steward is not just for your money. It's for your business, for your family, for every single aspect of you. I would also say this, whatever you have needs to tithe. Whether it is your company, it needs to tithe. Let me say this again, it needs to tithe. Girls of Royalty, I actually don't say this, but we actually tithe to the church that I go to because I'm the founder. But I will say this, ever since I decided that Girls of Royalty was going to tithe, do you know that we started getting donations, that we started getting people connecting to us that would have never connected to us? You know why? God opens doors that you can't, but you have to honor God with your business. And I always believe, even my mother's company, my mother's business tithes. It is important. Your business needs to tithe. It needs to contribute to God as well, because God says to honor your first fruits. And so your business itself needs to honor the first fruits that it receives as well. So I think that is also important to know. Not a lot of people talk about that because it's something that, you know, we want to give our own that we receive, but if God has given you that business, it itself also needs to give as well. So that's just something that I really wanted to put out there. And just try it. If you don't believe me, just try it and then just see what happens. But when you try it, don't try it with doubt. You got to try it with faith. That when I give this tithe on behalf of Girls of Royalty, God, I know that you are able to do abundantly. You're able to do more than I can even ask or think, that you would open up every single door that has remained closed for so long, that you would bless me abundantly. And like the prayer of Jabez, God, expand my territory. That's when I give and put in the offering. Guess what God does? God's like, you know what? You bless me, let me return it back. Because again, tithing is not for you. It's actually not about you. Tithing is my way of saying, God, I thank you. But God, why am I thanking you? Because you even gave me the money to even give back. So that's what you have to think about. Your money that you gain for your business, for your nonprofit. Do you know that money is not even yours? It's God's. Because he gave you the money to even do what you're doing. So you have to be able to say to God, God, I thank you for what you've given me. Thank God, I thank you for the vision that you've given me. And God, I honor you for giving me even the resources, even to be able to bless you back. Okay, so with that being said, we're going to transition to our next panel and again, I want to say thank you to all of our panelists so far. Again, I want to say thank you to Ashley and Sorora and Robin. And also, okay, make sure I say this too. Make sure I need to get some announcements done. Number one, Sorora Royster, she's actually, or MSK Philly, My Sister's Keeper, they're having an event on May 3rd. It's actually going to be in Philadelphia, so our Philadelphia chapter, I want you guys to listen up very well. Be sure to purchase your tickets. They're $25 each, and we did send out the link in our past couple emails, so go back to your Royal Girl emails and find the link right there. I believe it's MSK. It's MSK.
It's hold on, I wrote it down. It's my MSK brunch.eventbrite.
There we go. Yep, that's it right there.
Yep. MSKbrunch.eventbrite.com.
Okay, yeah. So guys, make sure that you go to that. And then if you need even more information, their information is right there on her screen, which is MSK Philly. Follow them on Instagram to get some more information if you want to connect to them through social media. Okay. Okay. Also, we just want to make an alert as well. If you would like to donate goods and some some items to well, actually their new name. Make sure I'm saying their new name right. Girls United for a Purpose. What you can do is you can actually go and actually, if I bring up Ashley's screen, her information is right there. So you can go to girlsuniteforapurpose.org. You can follow them on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and get all their information if you would like to contribute. They are from the California area, from the Inland Empire. Shout out to the Bay. I hope I'm saying that right. So make sure that you guys, if you would like to, please connect with them as well. And again, you can connect also with Robin and her ministry. And could you say your ministry really quickly and how people can get in touch with you?
Okay, it's Total Freedom Ministries. The website is www.totalfreedommin.com, and all the information is on there to connect to me.
Great. Wow. Great. Wow. And I want to say thank you to all our panelists. Make sure mute it. I should say thank you to all of our panelists. It's amazing to have all these. It's amazing to have all these women who are just contributing their information, just telling us things that are really, really. Okay, so what I want us to do is, before we go to the next panel, I want to give away the last giveaway, guys. Because look, all these I gotta send out all this material to everybody. Okay, so the last package is the marriage package. This is the biggest package that we're going to be giving out. It is huge. It has the most resources. You know why? I feel like if you have a family, you need more resources because you got more people in your camp. So if you want to win, this is what you're going to get. Because we are Royal Girls and we cater to the women, we actually got something in this package for a young girl. So if you are applying, please have a young daughter, a young girl in your family, preferably like a very young one, because this is the Melissa and Doug fashion sticker collection for your daughter. If you got a daughter, this is again, please, if you have a young boy, please not give this to your son. But if you have a young girl, you need to give this to them. And this is the fashion sticker collection, and it's like different theme pages, things like that. You will also get, like I promised, cash flow. This is the game from the same guy, Robert Kiyosaki, the Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And he made a board game. This is brand new, and I'm going to be giving this away to a family. So this is what you're going to win. You will also win the following. We have all these books that you will win, and I'm going to tell you how you can win it in a second, okay? But what you're going to win, and what I decided to do for this package is that, when I was putting together this package, and the Holy Spirit, he always helps me with everything, because, the Holy Spirit is my best friend, if you did not know. And I had said, God, okay, I'm going to put together this package, and God told me that besides just the finance portion, I need to give away some also information on marriage, because Lord knows I can't tell you about being married, because I'm not married yet. But there are books and some great authors that I know that my parents have suggested, and that's helped them in their marriage, that's helped other couples as they actually have trained them, because my parents are marriage counselors as well. So these are some books that are going to help you. Now, of course, I included two marriage and finance books. So the first one is By Focusing the Family. This is called Faith-Based Family Finance. It is a huge workbook, okay? This thing is huge. It is just all this information that's going to help you. It has everything covered. I've also included Money and Marriage God's Way by Howard Dayton. It also has great information. It breaks down everything on how to budget and how to do everything, okay? Now, I've included some marriage workbooks. I've included this. It's called The Communicating Marriage by Focusing the Family. It's by Gary, by Focusing the Family. It's called The Communicating Marriage. I've also included Laugh Your Way. This is actually a really good book. I've actually watched the DVD that came along with this. It's called Laugh Your Way to a Better Marriage, Unlocking the Secrets to Life, Love, and Marriage, okay? I cannot wait to get married so I can just read these books and just be married. But, I'm not rushing the process, Lord knows. Okay, also, this is actually for the wife. Because, again, this is a woman that's going to be trying to get this giveaway. It's called Clean House, Strong House. This is an amazing book. I've actually given this to a couple women. It's by Kimberly Daniels. Again, it's called Clean House, Strong House. This is really if you have things in your home that you know that the enemy just needs to get out of your home, you need to get this book. You know what? Because, again, we declare the enemy, you have no right in our households. So you need to clean the house. You got to clean house, right? You got to clean your house. So you want to get this book. I've also included 101 Things You Should Do Before Your Kids Leave Home. And then I've also included, I want to teach my child about money. So this is good. I've also included Scripture Confessions for Finances, Scripture Confessions for Dads, and 2 copies of Larry Burkett's Family Budgets That Work. So your husband can read one and you can read one as the wife. So you need to be a married woman, because I don't really see the point of me giving you books about marriage and you're not married. So I want you to be able to read the books and use them. So if you would like to win this, if you've been listening to our past couple of giveaways, you already know, you need to text your name and just say marriage package, okay? Name and just say marriage package to 646-504-1397. Again, the number is 646 504-1397, and you want to text marriage package. Again, the number is 646-504, and again, that is 1397, okay? And again, marriage package and your name to 646-504-1397. I also want to announce that our 2 winners for our coupon giveaways for week 1 was Allie Renee 123 for Instagram, and then also week 2's coupon giveaway winner was Jesus 126. So we will be notifying you via Instagram, because that was an Instagram win that we will be contacting you via I can't even talk, y'all. I'm so hungry. Via Instagram direct. Okay, Lord, I pray that a steak just appears. Steak and potatoes. That's all I want. Okay, anyway, so we're waiting for Chandra. She's powering up her laptop, and so I want to introduce y'all. Okay, so I don't really have like woman crushes, because like, you know, it's not really me, but I do like follow people from afar. I'm not really a stalker, so make sure you know I'm not a stalker. Let's put that out there. But there are people that I don't idolize, but I'm just like, like, wow, like, whoa. So, okay, so actually how I got her was by faith, because I'm going to tell you something. She probably does not know this, but, okay, I came across her, and this is Praise Clothing LA. Her name is Amazing. I hope I'm saying this right. Amazing. And I'm going to actually, yeah, so make sure she's up there in the broadcast. She is. Okay, so she is the owner, founder, whatever we call CEO, owner, of course, of Praise Clothing LA. Now, I'm waiting for them to come out with some plus size, because, you know, my chest is a little bit well more endowed than most people. But when she decides to drop these lower, you know, these like larger sizes, I cannot wait. Also, the hats, this stuff is just being sold out. I'm telling y'all, I mean, it's amazing. So when I was following her, I was like, oh my God, like, I love the branding, the black and white, even the way that she brands the clothing. It's like, it's fashion. It's not like, you know, Christian clothing that's just like, you know, follow Jesus with like, you know, like a fish sign, and, you know, just, I mean, this is like real fashion clothing. And I was just like, oh my God. So I emailed them, and I was hoping, and I was waiting to kind of go through a process, but she emailed me back. She was like, I would love to. I'm like, oh my God. So I'm really excited, and I really want her just to talk to you guys. I want her to come on, and, you know, I want you, Alma, just to tell our viewers about, you know, who you are, and how did Praise Clothing LA come to be? Because you guys have such a phenomenal story, and I mean, God is just, when I see that clothing brand, I'm like, that is like, God is really dope. I mean, he's so cool. So can you just tell our listeners more about, you know, who you are, and how did Praise Clothing LA just come to be?
Oh my goodness. First of all, that intro has me tearing up. I am so beyond humbled, and my face is hurting from smiling so hard, but glory to God. Thank you for having me. Again, beyond humbled to be here. I am Alma, owner, founder, designer for Praise Clothing. I mean, aside from my biggest helper, provider, inspiration, which is God and the Holy Spirit, I do run Praise by myself. So it's always a little funny when I hear Praise referred to as you guys, because God has given me the vision and the ability to execute this brand, and it's beyond a blessing. I've written a little manifesto, so excuse me for reading this. I couldn't memorize it all, but this is a little bit about my brand. My mission is to spread God's love through fashion, to create fashion with purpose. My brand will not compromise on faith or fashion. I want my clothes to have universal appeal. It's for believers with style. It's for believers who want to be bold with their fashion sense. Loving God never goes out of style. We will not subscribe to degrading fashion trends. We want to uplift and inspire. We want to glorify God through fashion. That's just a little bit about what I embody through my brand. And truly, it was a divinely inspired dream. And every day is just beyond amazing to wake up with this type of purpose. I've been hearing a lot of the ladies here talk about purpose. And once you have purpose, it just, like, I had no idea what I was missing out on. And it's all through obedience, through really following God's calling on your life. And no matter how crazy it may seem to others, even how crazy it may seem to yourself, because I really did think this concept and this vision was crazy, and like, you know, people would think it was lame, and, you know, this isn't really something I ever planned to do. I decided to step out on faith and do it, and it's taken me places I've never ever dreamed of. God's plans are so much more amazing than anything that we can concoct in our own imagination. It really, really is. I cannot say that enough. And right now I'm like shaking because I'm so beyond humbled and honored to even be speaking here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, so really, I think what a lot of our women, we've been actually getting a lot of comments and a lot of questions about the fashion industry and being a Christian in this world, you know, whether it's owning a company, whether it's, you know, just having a little dream here and there, a little sewing kit, you know, whatever it may be. A lot of people, girls love clothing. That's like I think it's a part of our DNA. I think we have just a pink, I just think it's somewhere that when we're born, we just have a love, or most women have a love for clothing. And what has helped you when Praise Clothing LA came to be and God gave you this vision? You know, when God's vision came to you, what helped you get started? Because a lot of people, they have a problem in the beginning getting started. And so what are some of the steps that you took to making Praise Clothing LA become this brand where I know it's black and white, I know I'm going to see these models that look just completely amazing, it's just like, Praise Clothing LA, it sticks with you. So how did God help you get to that point where now you have a brand that it just sticks with people?
It's so beyond difficult to even explain how I got to this point, but I guess I can break it down a little bit. Just to kind of start off, I do want to talk about when and where my love for fashion came. It came at a really young age. I was so shy as a child that I vividly recall one girl, a friend of my cousin's, actually telling her, "Oh, she talks? I thought she was a mute." Like, it was so bad. I was so insecure, and, you know, God has just given me this sense of empowerment, and empowerment really only comes from Him and the Holy Spirit. Excuse my phone, I'm about to mute this. And so I developed a sense of style early on, just so it could be my outlet, my voice, without having to say a word, because my social skills were lacking. You know, I'm still socially awkward, I guess, but it was just my way to kind of, you know, stand out and not be so invisible, because I was tired of living that way. And so as far as fashion goes, I actually previously co-owned a different brand with my former best friend, and that business fell apart. She betrayed me, and I was stuck out of business without my friend. And at that time, I was working in corporate America, and so, you know, I wasn't completely, you know, out of a job, but that job, it instantly started to just make me so miserable, where I detested going into work every day. And, you know, we were being forced to do things that I felt were not ethical. You know, I was lying to my customers, to my prospects. And that was just so spiritually taxing. And I did have the dream and the vision in August of 2012 for a fashion-based clothing brand. And at that point, I was already starting to deviate from fashion, because I was really establishing my relationship with Christ. And I felt like fashion was so superficial, and that I needed to go deeper, and that I shouldn't have this intense love affair with fashion. But God showed me that it's not about that. Like, I can actually make really powerful statements through fashion. He had me re-enter the fashion world with renewed purpose, and that's how Praise came about. So, you know, a little bit backtracking to where I was in my life, you know, I was working in corporate America, hated the job. I went on a medical leave because I was so stressed out there, and I didn't return. At that point, I already had the little designs for my first collection on a Post-it note, which I still have. And I had been actually saving money for about that last year. I didn't know what I was saving for, but I was just tired of the same old, just making money to go out and shop all the time, just wasting it basically. And just being closer to God, really increasing my intimacy with the Lord, I realized that all of these resources are things that He's entrusted us with. And so what we think we own is actually on loan. And that's a quote from Rick Warren. I can't take credit for that. So those types of things really started to resonate in my spirit. And so I did start to save up money. And so when I quit my job, I funded my startup. I explained to my parents what my plan was. They thought I was absolutely crazy. I explained to my boyfriend, who's very, very supportive. He's like my #1 fan and helper, assistant at times too. And he was all for it. And I prayed over it constantly. And God just kept giving me affirmation after affirmation to go forward with it. And so that is how I was able to fund my business. And I didn't take any income from Praise for that whole year. I was living off of savings and really His supernatural provision. I believe that His provision is just a byproduct of obedience. And so there are so many scriptures that are a testament to that. God provides for the birds in the air. Why wouldn't He provide for you? So just really living in that type of faith, like just relentless faith, is what helped build my courage to build this brand, and it's manifesting itself every day. So I hope I answered the question. I always go off on tangents, but yeah, that's how I started.
Okay, no, that's completely great. That's completely fine. Okay, so we had a couple questions that was definitely geared to you, and one of them I think is a really great question, and really what it speaks on is it was very long, but what it addressed was the idea of having integrity, being a Christian and being in business, and how there are different rules when you're a Christian in business versus being a regular person in business. And so could you give a few things that you feel like as a Christian entrepreneur, these are things that you live by when it comes to operating a business and, creating contracts and, because some people think that, I'm a Christian, I'm not going to charge, I'm not going to do this and do that. But, you're still a business owner, right? You still have to operate in this system. We're in the world, we're not of it, but we're still not dumb, right? We're still going to be smart. So what are some tips that you would give to people who are looking to enter the fashion industry and they're looking to, brand themselves, but they're Christians? How do we have a different brand than other people? The Bible says that we're peculiar, that we are set apart. How do you feel as your brand, Praise Clothing LA, that you have set yourself apart? What are some rules that you work by that the world system does not?
I think in general, I'm from LA. I was born and raised in LA. And so the fashion scene here is not as prominent as, say, New York, but it is prominent. It's everywhere. And just seeing, all the trends and everything going on, and I do still, stock a lot of, I guess you would say, secular brands or streetwear brands or, other, I guess, people that are competition. And I see what they're doing, and honestly, my spirit is constantly convicted, and I just see that the message that is being loudly broadcasted is not a message of truth and light and love. And so when I see those types of things, instantly I'm inspired. Instantly God gives me messages or, even catchy phrases or slogans and things like that, and I'm constantly writing or drawing, sketching, whatever it may be, and, really being spirit-led in my business dealings is absolutely #1. Being a servant and a leader at the same time is another key thing to be a successful business owner, whether you're Christian or not. You know, you can't look at your clientele as if you're superior to them just because you are providing a service to them. You are called to serve, to be humble, to be leaders, and to, you know, be honest, noble, and things like that. So those are key things that I would advise other Christian business owners to do, or just business owners in general.
Okay, great information, great information. I love the answers. Like, I'm sitting here, I'm like, oh my God, wait, I have to come back on. Okay, so I have another question. Well, actually, let me go to the actual questions before, because some of them, most of them I try to remember myself, but Lord knows my mind, sometimes I can't remember everything that comes to mind. Okay, so this next question, it really speaks on, again, a lot of people writing large answers, so I try to keep them short, to paraphrase them to make it easier for you, because I don't want to, it's like 10, it's like, well, this one was 4 questions in one. Well, 4 questions posed as 1 question. So I'm going to break this one down, kind of paraphrase it for this one. Hold on. Okay, and I can tell that they were following you because by the question. So when it comes to branding Praise Clothing LA, you give a fashion type feel to your clothing. How have you dealt with the taboo? Basically, like, the person really trying to say like the taboo feel. Like, you know how people feel like as a Christian you can't look good, you know, that you can't actually look like you're God's child. Somehow I have to look like the beggar on the street, and I'm supposed to be helping the beggar on the street. So how have you dealt with, have you ever experienced any kind of backlash from people, and how have you, kind of overpowered that? Because I know a lot of people who have tried to do, whether it was styling, whether it was, opening up their brand, and they wanted to portray it in a way that was actually attractively saved. That's a good way to say it, attractively saved. And so how do you do that? How do you maintain that I'm saved, but I'm also hip, I'm also fresh, I have a welcoming brand? How do you do that?
I love that question. Yeah, so I think I kind of touched on my own initial perception of establishing a faith-based brand. I couldn't recall not one Christian apparel brand before I launched Praise, and the reason is because it wasn't something, and I don't want to sound like I'm dissing anyone, but it wasn't something that was really, really appealing to me. So it obviously it was not on my radar. When I first when I was first saved, and when I first started walking with Christ, I, really started to tone down just everything, from what I watched to what I wore, what I listened to, and, he was transforming me, he was pruning me, and I've always had like an eclectic style, or personal style, I guess you would say, and I love to be fabulous, I love to dress up, I think it's so much fun, and I started to really tone it down when I came to know Christ, but I was just completely confused, and it was something that I had to overcome. And you're right, we aren't called to be this like prude, skirt all the way to your ankle. You definitely want to be modest, you want to respect yourself, and your body is your temple, but at the same time, why not attract people through your creativity? Creativity is something else. Creativity is a byproduct of your spirituality. So whether you're creative with music, with writing, with fashion, whatever it may be, wear it proudly, because that's a gift from God. And so as far as the question, I couldn't help but make my brand fashion forward, or as fashion forward as I possibly could, because otherwise I would have not been true to myself and true to what God has entrusted me with, which is I guess a sense of style that stands out a little bit, that turns heads a little bit, and these clothes, more than anything I've ever worn in my life, draw so much attention. It's insane. It's so beautiful to see people connect with you. I had a woman who just brought me to tears the other day after church. She saw when my boyfriend was wearing one of these hats, my praise God hat, and she was so drawn to it that she started to tell us, about her faith and how Jesus brought her through the toughest period of her life when, she was diagnosed with a rare neurological disease. She couldn't walk. She had a really grim prognosis, and we just started a fellowship and pray then and there. And those types of connections, like literally, it's because of my fashion, because of what I'm wearing, because of what I'm promoting, and whether people are believers or not, they've been really receptive to it, online and in person. I haven't had too much backlash, and I thank God for that daily, because, I'll be honest, I'm not someone with super thick skin. The times that I have had a little bit of, I guess, negativity towards the brand, it stung. I'm not going to lie, but at the same time, we can't give so much of our energy to the naysayers. Like, the amount of love that I've received and positive feedback that I've received, and just, testimonies to how little old me has inspired someone is by far, it needs to be by far much louder. That voice needs to be much louder than any voice of negativity and any voice of, the enemy trying to stray you or trying to beat you down about something that you're doing, because you're doing something right. If you followed God's calling and you're getting the hate, you're doing something right. Just continue to pray and be armored up.
Okay, great. Okay, so we actually got a question, and I know that people are definitely following you to know these things, and so someone was actually talking about wholesale and how you've actually gotten to the level where Praise Clothing LA isn't just something that's in one location. You are now spreading out to multiple locations. I know that even on the East Coast, Breezy's by Breland Freeman, I know she is just offering your T-shirts. And I saw, I was like, oh my goodness, like wow, it's coming on my side of the world. So that's God. That is nothing. So the question really was addressed to, how do you get to that level where you actually are entering wholesale, and, what level would you suggest that wholesale happen, and what made you spread out to wholesale, to offering wholesale? So that's really the question.
It was something I had been praying over. As a brand, you want to grow. As a business, you want to grow, and you want to take, organic steps to get to a point where you can, expand. I didn't expect it to happen this way, and I can't even say that there's like one strategy or formula to follow, because this was a divine appointment that God aligned for my life. And I did connect with the wholesale distributor who, and I can't say it was an accident, but she had asked me for a couple of samples of shirts, and a couple of her stylists had put a couple of the shirts on some models for their photo shoot. They were shooting their existing wholesale items, and there was such a great response to my shirts that she was like, wow. The owner contacted me personally, and she said, we need to carry Praise. And so I had been, kind of facilitating a few wholesale orders here and there. It's not the easiest business to get into. So to have her as a official and exclusive wholesale distributor is a huge blessing. And the point of that is to really get the message out there on a mass level. I I don't intend to be a boutique level business forever, and I know God has bigger plans than that. And He's already showing me that this message is going to continue to go out there and reach the masses. And it's so funny that it manifested itself, because on my slideshow, my homepage, one of the slides does say, God's not a secret to be kept. We're going public with this. So it's really crazy how, that was kind of already in my head to expand in that capacity. But God did it. I can't give you a strategy or, these are the tips to get there. Just continue to be obedient. Continue to pray over your business constantly. And just pay close attention to those dots. Like, connect the dots, because God is constantly moving, constantly bringing people and situations and opportunities into your life that just continue to build and flourish and blossom, and it's just amazing.
Okay, so I have one last thing, and this is a question for me because I know you're going to have a great answer to it. When you're doing anything for God, having God by your side is basically, it's required. It's extremely required. But a lot of people, they try to go into business or try to do a nonprofit, try to go into ministry, and they think that they can rock something by their own for a little bit. Then they visit God when they're out of ideas. God gives them ideas, and they go out then again. And then after a while, God, He starts to speak less and less because the relationship isn't there. Your clothing is not just Christian clothing. It has such a strong message that when people literally are wearing your clothing, they're actually wearing the gospel, which I feel like is really what is so powerful, is that the gospel of Jesus Christ. Do you even think that the 12 disciples, when they started out, spreading the word of God, they start out speaking it, and now our clothes are speaking the gospel. Now we have items speaking the gospel. It's amazing how in our society, through technology and through just the wave of trends, how the gospel isn't just being contained to one sort of medium. How has where you see Praise Clothing LA going even in the future? Do you see yourself having multiple locations? Do you see yourself actually having boutiques physically? Will you stay just in one location? Because I know that you're expanding. So how has God been your best friend with this business? Because it's something that people need to know, as far as especially if your clothing is carrying the gospel, you gotta have the gospel yourself, right? So how has God really helped you guide through this extremely crazy and amazing path?
Wow, I love that question. And there was so many parts to it, but the part where you mentioned, wearing the gospel and just being innovative and creative with getting the word out there. We all have the capacity to do that. We are all creative beings because we were created by the ultimate creator, the ultimate designer. So looking at new mediums to reach new audiences rather than just focus on this one compartmentalized, area or sector, break those barriers. We're not supposed to be in a bubble. We're supposed to really branch out. I mean, those 12 disciples obviously, and Jesus, of course, has obviously made such a lasting impression. And they started with word of mouth. We have so many resources today where one small thing can go viral. How are you going to use your influence? How are you going to use your talent? As far as wearing praise, for example, or anything that relays the gospel, it does transform you. I know for me, as the owner of Praise, whenever I'm on any business call or any business email, I know I represent God. And I have to keep that in mind. I have to remember, I can't lash out at people because, you know, they may have done or said something crazy. I have to remember when I'm out in public to continue to carry myself like a lady, like a woman of God. I think there was another part of the question and I can't remember. Sorry.
It's completely fine. I think one of the parts of the question was, how have you, as far as like Praise Clothing LA, how has God helped you guide? How has God helped you kind of take Praise Clothing LA through this crazy and amazing path? You know, as far as, you know, your relationship with God, I really want people to understand that relationship with God is literally required. It is, you have to have it in order to survive. You can have it and not survive. You know, you can have a business and it can just go, you know, you can have it. But or you can have it and it may do well, but it may not go to the fullness that God had wanted it to go. You know, so how has your relationship with God really backed up Praise Clothing LA? Because it's gone so far and it's only by the grace of God. So that comes through, obviously, your powerful relationship with God. So how has your relationship helped Praise Clothing LA?
Absolutely, completely by the grace of God that I've gotten this far. I don't have a business degree. I did go to college. I have a degree in sociology. It's completely unrelated to my business. But I do study a lot. I study the Word, and I study any business-related or fashion-related material. And I stay prayed up. You know, I stay, you know, fellowshipping with God. And again, as far as like, you know, where God takes you, you have to remember that everything is His. Everything that He blesses you with is not because of your own skill, ability, or might. Everything is a gift. And that keeps me humble, you know. I can't say that any of this is because I'm this super amazing fashionista. I don't, you know. Sometimes I do battle with the line between humility and you know, kind of doubting myself, you know, or not thinking of myself as highly as maybe I could or should. But humility is very important because God is just so powerful, and we just cannot forget where these blessings come from, where all of this comes from. And if He's not in your plans, you know, you may have a nice ride for the time being, but it's not going to last. And He showed me that in my last business. I had, you know, every desire to grow, and yeah, I would pray for that business. I didn't really know God, but I would pray when I needed something. But He dissolved that business, and I still can't understand why it happened, but it needed to happen. It was absolutely necessary. That really devastating period in my life was absolutely for a reason. And you know, you need to be in His will. You need to be obedient to His calling. There's something else I was going to say. Oh yeah, and as far as obedience goes, you know, a big part of that, as far as serving is concerned, is to give. You know, I do give about 10% of my sales to Compassion International, which is a nonprofit that releases children from poverty internationally around the world. In Jesus' name, they are a Christian organization, and that in itself, you know, is so rewarding. You know, even in times, again, I'm not taking any income from the business. Even in times where I've struggled to buy a meal, and I'm just going to be transparent, I still give, and God blesses me threefold. And those are times where I see, you know, where my priority always needs to lay. It needs to be in God, and God first and foremost. So, yeah.
Yeah. I love your spirit. It's so humble. Okay, so, you know, we just want to thank Alma. I'm really, like, I'm telling y'all, like, this is it's just amazing just to have people come on the panel and just to talk to you guys. And we know that it's been late and just, things are going on, but it's just amazing to get people to come on and speak to you guys because, again, information is so much, it's just so powerful, but you have to realize that you can have all the information in the world, but if you don't have God, you can only go so far. You can literally only go to where man has deemed the top. But if God is the creator, and if I rock with God, and God created all things, then what is man's top is actually your bottom. And then, so you can actually go much farther when you actually are leaning on what God has said, when you are trusting and relying on what God has said. So I hope that just from hearing I'm telling you her spirit, and I love it. I just love it that you can really understand that when it comes to being in the fashion industry, that is possible. But you have to depend on God because God's the one, again. We said that the Holy Spirit, what He leads us and guides us in all truth. He is the revealer of all things. And so with Amma, we've learned that God will truly reveal what you need to do and how you need to do it. Of course, though, God gave her something, which was her creative ability. God gives us things to help us go where we need to go. But again, it's like what Amma said, you have to figure out where the dots are. You got to connect the dots. I have to figure out, okay, God, you tell me this. Okay, God, you tell me that. It's like the story about the man, and he asked God to send him help, and people came by and he was waiting on God, and God was sending him things right there. The man didn't connect the dots. When you connect the dots, you will be able, I'm telling you, God opens doors, and many times we don't see it as a door, so we don't walk through it. When many times it was a door, it just wasn't the door that you thought it was going to come. And so I hope that you were truly inspired by Amma. I hope you were able to truly take some things away. And you got to go to praiseclothingla.com. I'm telling y'all, they have some amazing, it's beautiful clothing. I love it because it's minimalistic design. I love minimalistic design. Like, that's like what I love. Like, I love clean lines, black and white. I love black. Like, maybe it's because I'm black, but I love black and white. I just love it. So you have to check them out, please. They're doing amazing things. Again, praiseclothingla.com. Follow them on Instagram, Praise Clothing LA, Twitter, Praise Clothing LA, Facebook, Praise Clothing LA. Connect with them. I'm telling you guys, you want to rock the hats, you got to rock the clothing. What I love about them too is that they have a spit-off. It's like God's version of fashion branding. So like they had like Divine, they had like it was like LA. I'm sorry, it was like Louis Vuitton, but it was like of God's version of it. And I just love that because it's like what we know in the world, and then it's like God having his like, that's just so cool. So make sure that you guys connect. I just want to say, Amma, I just want to say thank you for connecting with us. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to have you talk to our women. Okay. So I want to, Amma, are there any like upcoming events, anything that our ladies need to know that may be happening with Praise Clothing LA before we transition to Deshandra?
Again, thank you so much, Genesis. I'm truly honored and humbled to be a part of this panel. All you ladies have been absolutely amazing. I've learned so much. As far as what's happening with Praise, I am working on a baby Praise line, and so please, ladies, if you have babies or nieces, nephews, whatever it may be, and you want them to rock some fashionable faith, God-fearing messages, definitely look out for that. I'll have a couple of pieces out very, very soon, probably in the next month or two. So definitely look out for that. As far as the plus size items, we'll definitely talk. I need to educate myself more on those options and definitely have those in stock for you ladies. A lot of the original collection is being restocked currently. Also, JSL will be restocked on the website next week, actually. So, yeah, thank you again for your love. So humbled, so honored to be here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now, again, you want to connect with Praise Clothing LA, and now what we're going to do is we're going to transition to Deshandra Gibson. So we're going to go from the fashion side to styling. Okay, so now we're talking about clothing. Now we want to talk about styling, and a lot of people they love clothing, and they love being the person that goes out and buys the things. They love being the person that puts together photo shoots and the clothing, and styling people. So I wanted us to get the Christian side of that as well. Okay, so we have Deshandra Gibson, and she's basically like, okay, y'all, I gotta say something. So when I came upon her, I don't know how I came upon her. I have really no clue. But somehow, some way, I began following her, and like she has turned into like a big sister that I am so grateful to have. And we just recently connected, probably like a couple months ago, and I really wanted people to tap into her gifting because it's very amazing. She has a unique creativity that people are instantly drawn to. And so I want her to introduce herself, tell our viewers about yourself, tell also tell our viewers about what you do about your business, and you know how God has helped you launch it. So you can unmute yourself and you can begin just to share with our viewers.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yep, you're good. Are you muted? I want to make sure that you're not muted. Hold on. Make sure that she's still there. Hold on, guys. Okay, there we go. Okay, she'll probably be coming back in. Okay, so while we're waiting, as she comes back in, I want to announce the winner of this huge package, and that is Anita McKay. Oh, guys, I'm telling you, God is picking these numbers on purpose. So Anita, she's actually going to be joining us next month for some special classes that she's actually going to be teaching with Girls of Royalty. As it's really a collab, but she's actually going to be heading it up. And she is from Lifestyle Network. So make sure you check them out, Lifestyle Network. And she's actually going to be helping us and teaching us on how to be tightest 10 women. We're going to be actually offering you guys some amazing classes taught by her from Lifestyle. And so she actually won the marriage package. So shout out to her and to Lifestyle. Okay, and again, I will make sure that all the winners, all of these, well, we've given away 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 items, not even counting because we still have coupon giveaways that we're going to be continuing to give away, and we're also going to be giving away, what else? We did that, and we did the giveaways, and like the discount codes and everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just re-announce all the giveaway winners just in case you guys, I know we have a lot of people coming in now. Hold on, guys, real quick. Hold on, guys, sorry. Hold on real quick. Okay, so here we go. For the 10 books for Aisha Taylor, it was Desiree Wilkerson. Oh, God. Guys, you know what? Sometimes I write so scribbling, I can't even read my own handwriting. You guys see that? Like, it's so bad. God, y'all pray for me. But what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to send everyone their emails because I can't read the handwriting that I wrote down with. So, anyway, you guys, I want you guys to have a blessed night. The one thing I did want to announce before we get off the call was... a lot of people had asked us about the t-shirts, so I wanted to just show you guys them before you guys get off the call and before we end. People were asking us about like different sizing and things like that. Of course, you can see them on the website, but then this is the No Fear All Purpose shirt. Again, the Sarah, Ruth, Esther, Mary, and Me, No Fear All Purpose. This is actually that's our motto. The Sin is Overrated tee as well. And then the new one that everyone is loving is the this is the It's a Royal Girl thing. So if you want to get those items, a lot of people were asking us about the items. We don't actually put the website up as like big as everything else just because it's like kind of like a side extension of what we do here. It's not really our main purpose. If you really want to get some tees, you need to go to Praise Club in LA. But if you would like to purchase one of our tees to rock like at any of our Royal Girl events, you can do so by going to girlsroyalty.bigcartel.com, okay? So now we're going to turn over to Chandra. Hey, everything's working. Thank you, Jesus. So we're going to turn over to her, and she's going to, again, tell us a little bit more about herself and about her styling and her company.
Greetings, ladies. I do apologize for the technical difficulties with both my laptops. They're both on. But honestly, my business started out of selfishness, believe it or not. It was my second year in my graduate program. I had finally got my hands to some money. Can you hear me, Genesis?
You're good. You're good.
Okay. And I was on Instagram doing what I do, my thug thizzle, just dressing up, buying clothes, just really being myself. And I would be very selfish about how I would, tell girls where things would come from. I would always say, oh, I don't want to reveal my sources, but the Holy Spirit began to deal with me about the fact that I would be inspiring women across the world on the plus size era. And for me, it was about simply displaying my confidence, but being in a way to where I could minister it to my audience. And so it dawned on me to do something called Fave Fashion Friday. And I started it last year on my Instagram, and it was about showcasing people across the world who had great fashion style. Because at the time in the plus community, you can do two things. Either you're going to praise or throw shade. And I was all about praising. I was about letting women know and men know in that industry as well that you can be fabulous, you can be fly, you can be plus size, you can be small, you can be a lot of things and be yourself and dominate the fashion world. And that's when the ideal of styling came about, my own brand came about, and it was all about being inspiring, but also shedding light and sharing the spotlight. Because sometimes when it does come down to your own business or even in fashion, people want to be the top done. They don't necessarily want to always share the spotlight. And I'm all about sharing the spotlight. I'm all about being a blessing and sowing the seed the best way I can, using fashion as a ministry.
Okay, great. Okay, so what I want to do is I want you to explain to people. People have this this idea that if I know how to put clothes together, I'm a stylist. Like if I know how to put together, like okay, if my shoes are blue, my shirt is blue, I should be a stylist. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot. It's a lot more that goes into just pairing clothes together and having the skills. Can you please tell us what it actually means to be a stylist? Like, what is it? Just being able to put clothes together? What actually does it mean?
Oh no. One thing I will tell anybody who's in the industry or says they're a stylist, you have to be able to have a business that does it for a genre of people. I've had plenty of people come to me and say, well, I can dress, so I'm going to be a stylist. But just because you know how to dress your body doesn't necessarily mean you can do the same for someone else with different body shapes. It's not all about just saying, okay, I can dress, let me be a stylist. No, for one, God told me that this was going to be the industry I was going to be in. So it wasn't like me going home saying, boom, I'm a stylist. It was never like that. But one thing I learned how to do was, instead of me saying, well, I'm just going to dress my body, I did two things. I learned how to dress people, and I learned how to virtually implement it to where other girls could do it too. And that's where my style by Dee Nicole page came from. It was all about learning how to put pieces together, put outfits, and be able to say, okay, this is something that you can do. But most importantly, with anything with style, if you feel like you're a stylist, be a stylist. But this is something that God told me that it was going to be something I would do for the rest of my life. He was like, you're not going to law school, even though I do have an associate, bachelor's, and a master's in political science. He was like, you're going to be a stylist, and people are going to love it, and people are going to want to really be in a place where they love you. They're going to want to gravitate to you because of it. So if someone says they're a stylist, hey, I say go forward, but there's more than styling than just putting clothes together. You have to know the business aspect, how much to charge, exactly what kind of clients you're going to be appealing to. Are you going to be more so towards the celebrities, or are you going to be more towards the common people? For me, I don't necessarily have to have the celeb client. I can just have the young lady going to her prom or going on her first date, or the woman who just want to revamp her closet for work. So for me, that's what gets me for my business, is definitely that.
Okay, so I don't know what's going on with this mic, but we had a couple questions about styling and people getting into that kind of industry. And one of the questions that we had a couple, but one of the questions that we really had was pertaining to everyone seems to be a stylist. Like everybody is trying to, hey, contact me if you want me to help you put some outfits together, things like that. What has helped you create your niche? Now, I know, again, you appeal to more of the plus size community, but again, you style for everybody. So what has helped you create your niche? What has helped you stand out among everyone else who's just putting clothes together that they think match? What has really helped you stand out?
I do me. I'm one of those type of girls where I gain inspiration from other people, but I simply do Chandra. And for me, that's mixing prints, putting dots together, putting cheetah print together. For me, that's not necessarily, for me, I'm one-track minded when it comes to style. I don't have to look to my left or my right to get anything. And I've always been true to myself. I love blazers. I love skater skirts. I love straight leg pants. I just am a type of person where I can incorporate my own individual style, but make it to where I can be edgy too. So I've always been the type of woman where I don't have to necessarily look at the person to my left or my right. I'm all about doing what makes me feel good, dressing my body accordingly. And that is one thing you will learn if anybody in the plus size industry knows that everything doesn't fit you. Like what looks good on you, Genesis, may not look good on me. I have learned what looks good on my body, how I can hide my little, like I call it my kangaroo pouch. I know how to hide it. I know how to make me look more longer in certain areas, shorter than others, slimmer than some areas. And that's simply me knowing just to do me. And that's just a gift that God gave me. And I can't tell anybody that, oh, well, this is how I style. No, this is, you do your thing, I do mine. Now, if you want my input, I'm more than welcome to give it. But other than that, I'm simply doing Chandra.
Great. Okay, so one question I had too, well, actually, my question from the questions that we've been getting is when you're looking to break out, you're looking to get your word out there about how you're styling. Where did you start when you first started styling people? Like, did you try to just like call everybody, just send out a whole bunch of business cards? How did you really start to break out into your styling?
Well, honestly, the platform of Style by D. Nicole really came from, I hate to say it, IG, Instagram. It started with me first. I started to go into a place where I would dress myself on a regular basis. And at the time, going to grad school and going to my full-time job, that's all I would have the opportunity to dress. So for me, that was a time for me to really showcase what I was about. And that's when I got an audience for myself. When the Holy Spirit talked to me, and me and God went through as far as what I was going to do about my business, I started to do really things I didn't even realize would be, wonderful for my career. I started to create a portfolio. I didn't even realize it was a portfolio. I just got a couple of my homegirls together, and I had 2 photo shoots. And I dressed them in my closet because I had almost $4,000 worth of new material in my closet. So I was able to go in, pull, style, use jewelry, use dresses, use a bunch of different things to style my girls. And they're still my dedicated models to this day. I call them my D. Nicole models. Another thing I started doing really wasn't even me. I would have different people would actually shout me out. Like there would be different shout out pages like BB Girls Forever, different, curves for days. There'd be a numerous amount of Instagram shout out pages that would shout me out. And that's when the whole gist of, oh wow, she can really dress. She really knows how to appeal for her size. And that's really the gist of my business really got started. It didn't really kick up a notch until I left my job. I quit my job because I really felt like, I could do this full time and this be my passion. And so for me, at that moment is when I was like, okay, I really need to get out there. So I self-marketing. I will go in, and just really use Instagram as a platform. My page is public. So anybody can go on there and look. So that's when I started 2 different Instagrams. I started my Style by D. Nicole page and my Fashion of D. Nicole page. Fashion of D. Nicole is simply my outfit. I tell you where I get the outfits from. You see how they're pieced together. So if you even want to recreate it yourself, you know exactly where to go to get the pieces from. For my Style by D. Nicole page, I use Hollywood. And for me, that was being able to show, even if a celeb was to come across my page, just randomly come across it, they can see, like, if it came down to me having these items, this is how I would dress you. This is how I make you look appealing. And so really and truly, the whole platform of self-marketing, getting my fashion out there, being able to promote myself really did come from Instagram.
Okay, wow. So basically social media has definitely helped you expand your business then.
Most definitely.
Okay.
It's all about being able to put out positive information about yourself. And also, at one point, I was blogging, and I realized then that okay, I had to differentiate between the two. So I knew that I wasn't blog material because I wasn't like, I hate to call them by their Instagram names, but Peggy, which is on the Q train, she's a blogger. Tim, naturally fashionable, she's a blogger. I'm not going to do that every day. For me seeing about my computer is something I don't do on a regular basis. So I had to really let it be known, like, I'm not a blogger. I am a plus size stylist. And so now I'm trying to get more so into the men styling now and the men designing, because I definitely want to be a men's designer, designing clothes for men. And so I just really had to put myself in place, like, what are you going to do, Chandra? Are you just going to be this all around, oh, I'm a blogger, I'm going to do some of that, No, I have to stick in one industry. Now, once that industry is locked down, that's when I can go out and I can be, a Jane of all trades. But as of right now, today, May 26th, I am a stylist, a personal shopper, and that is what I do, and I use Instagram as my positive platform.
Okay, great. Okay, so now my next question, or second to last question, is this: when it comes to styling plus size, we have a lot of women. Girls Royalty it comprises of women of really we have all races, all ages. It's crazy, and we have all body types.
Right.
What, in your mind, what are some no-nos and what are some yeah-yeahs for plus-size women? What are some no-nos? What are some yeah-yeahs?
Well, you know what? If I say a no-no, people will quick to be like, you can't tell me what to wear, Chandra. And I'm like, you're right. I'm going to use me as the platform and not other women. For me, a no-no is most definitely too little clothes. Even if you can put it on your behind, if you see some gapping going on, some bunching going on, take it off, please. Now, for me, I have had some moments where some things have been too tight, and I go back and look at it and be like, I shouldn't have put that on. But for me right now, it's being able to look comfortable in my clothes, but make sure they fit. I make sure my clothes are roomy. Now, sometimes that means going up a size. That means sometimes going down a size. But for me, it's simply a no-no is too little clothes. No-no means not having on the right garments. My bras fit. My panties fit. My spank fits. It is important as a plus-size woman to invest in undergarments. That is a definite. I hate when I go out in public and I'm looking all sexy and fly, and I see my plus sisters too much jiggle. Nothing is, held up. Nothing's tight. Nothing looks appealing. When we have on shapewear as plus ladies, we look so smooth. We look like the best thing since sliced bread. But when we don't have it, we look like, ew, I'm going to talk about her because she's doing too much jiggle. She got too much going on. So I would definitely say my two no-nos is, too little clothes, too tight, too baggy. You never want to be too big on clothes at all. And also undergarments. But yes, most definitely, the reverse of that, clothes that fit you. Take the time out to know your body. You should know numerically what you wear. That's not just a medium or large, not just a 1X or a 2X. Numerically, if it comes down to a number, what are you? For me, I'm an 18-20. So I know when I go shopping, that is what I'm going to look for. I know my bra type is a 44 double D. So I make sure I'm not buying 40D. I'm not buying 42D. I'm not buying 46 double D. I'm buying my size. That's going to make my body look very well. Also, know what works for you and what doesn't. I simply don't have the biggest butt. So I know that me wearing certain clothing from the backside looks horrible. That's why I don't wear jeans. I hate them. And so it doesn't give me a good figure like I like it. I know dresses work for me. Skirts work for me. For some women, they have to learn, okay, I'm going to take this time out and I'm going to go in the store and I'm going to try it on. So I can tell someone, that's one of my biggest pet peeves, but I answer it when girls tell me, well, how does the clothes fit? Well, I don't know how they fit for your body. I know how they fit for mine. But as a woman who wants to be in fashion, a woman who wants to look her best, you have to know what works for you. I know that certain shirts I can't wear. There's certain leggings I can't wear. I thank God for ASOS because they had the liquid leather pants. When I tried on one pair before, I looked hideous. I look like a trash bag around my legs. I just have to know what really works for me and what doesn't. So serious. I'm really about that. Learn what works for you, honey.
That was hilarious. The trash. I've been there. I bought some leggings from Carmelit one time. I thought I was gonna be so fly. I bought a pair of J's and I also bought a pair of heels. I was like, I'm gonna put this on with these liquid leggings. I had to lay down on the bed and was like pulling them on one by one. I'm like, this is, but I was so mad because I was just so excited about the clothes that I had bought. I was just like, I love these. I'm gonna get them on, and man, I'm telling you, they are still up in my room to this day. Okay, so
I gave mine away, honey. I told my friend Philly, take these. Take another pair too. I can't be seeing them.
Okay, so my last question for you, and again, we're talking about faith and fashion, and so when it comes to finance, how do you deal with pricing? How do you establish yourself financially in being a stylist? Do you do everything for free? People, because you're a Christian.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So how do you establish yourself financially in your field as far as being a stylist? We have people who are looking to be stylists, and it's a business. You're not getting a free service. So what are the yes and no's as far as financing being a stylist? What do you do for free? What don't you do for free? Are there some things maybe you do for free at first, or to gain clients? When is it smart to do things for free, and when you were just a dummy if you do that for free? Can you give us kind of like the tips for stylists? Or upcoming stylists, or who are looking to be stylists, as far as the financial arena of that?
You actually hit a very sensitive point for me, but it's cool because I'm learning. When I quit my job, learning how to be a full-time stylist was hard because I really did not know the business aspect. And when I would reach out for help from other stylists, some of them would be so quick to tell me how they go about their pricing, how they go about what they do as far as their clientele. So I had to really learn as I went. For me, I set a particular price that's per hour with a minimum of 3 hours. And the reason why I set it that way is because I have to channel in the mileages I use to get your items, the labor that I put into finding the items. Because for some people, well, for me now, it's the closet makeover. So I'm looking at a large consumption of clothing that's being purchased at one time. So I have to take in the fee to completely redo your closet, including your budget. And the budget can go from me looking for vintage pieces or me looking for contemporary pieces, modern pieces, or pieces that are more couture than others. And for me, it's just simply learning. One book I actually invested in is called The Fashion Stylist. And it's the Career Fashion Image and Style Guide from Jillian Armour. And it gave me a breakdown on how I'm supposed to, or how I could, suggest how I can do my business as far as the pricing is concerned. Now, with some clients, it's going to be free. Like if I'm doing something for a magazine, I do not get paid for those. I'm a wardrobe stylist and senior fashion editor for Vivacious Redemption magazine. So the next photo shoot I do in New York, which happens to have been canceled this weekend, but it's back on sometime very soon. I won't get paid for that, but that was cool with me because there's other compensations, like that particular celeb would shout me out and say, okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and let everyone know who styled me. And for some clients, they could be like, well, you did her free, why didn't you do me for free? And I have to let them know business is business. That's a trade-off. One-time shoot, I would never see her again. The idea of being a stylist is you want to have a consistent clientele, just like if you were to be a hairstylist. You will go in and you will make sure you can do that person's hair over again and again and again. Same thing goes for styling. If a person feels comfortable with you, they feel like you're going to make them look star radiant. And for me, it's simply treating everyone with A1 quality. You want to make sure every client feels beautiful. Every client feels sexy. You want to make sure, for me, I have a large female base. So for me, that's making them look as good as they say. I want to look like you, Chandra. So I set a particular price. It's not expensive at all. And I let them know, like, this is how much I charge per hour with a minimum of 3 hours. And this is what this includes. Now, for me, sometimes I will actually pull the clothes from a boutique or a store, and that'll be that. But for a client that wants me to be a stylist and personal shopper, I have to add additional money because now I'm having to take in the fact that I'm purchasing your clothes for you. And if I can bargain it down, I'll bargain it down. and that allows me to constantly be on call for you. So let's say if you have an event Friday, and say, Chandra, I'm going to wear at 7 o'clock. I need this dress. I need to already know that I have it already on file for you, versus having to go last minute and actually go get it. But I'm still learning as I'm going along, and I'm not the perfect person to actually ask this question for. I'm just simply telling you what works for me right now, because I haven't been in the industry but 1 year. Now, maybe you would catch me 5, 6, 7 years from now, I could really have a down to a science. But as of right now, I'm simply learning as I go. I'm learning the ropes. I'm learning what I can do, what I can't do, what's free and what's paid, in order for me to be successful and be able to have all my bills paid and be able to bless others. So simply, I'm learning.
Got it. Okay, so last question, and we are going to be done. I'm so hungry. Our last question, which
you should have ate before the panel discussion. I did.
I was trying, and then I was like, you know what? I gotta send these emails out.
Excuses, Genesis. Excuses.
You know what? Look. Okay. Trying to eat. I was trying to eat, and look, you know, like I went to BJ's, y'all, and God is so good that He makes some things in bulk. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna get these pasta bags, you know, all this kind of stuff, and yeah, I didn't eat anything out the stuff. I ain't eating chicken. I ain't eating nothing today. I had that bowl of cereal, and that's it. And like my head is like.
Yeah, I only had 1 meal today too, so I know exactly how you.
Shoot, I'm a big girl too. Shoot, I gotta eat. Eating is a part of my lifestyle. Like what?
Hold on, who you telling?
That's not true though. That's not true. You know, I'm laid off the food. But anyway, okay. Last question. Okay, when it comes to styling, we covered the finance aspect. Okay, now Oh yeah, I wish we could all break bread together. My Lord, yes, we could just all see in technology. I kind of see like in the future, like I can call Alma and like Alma would just appear like a hologram. And I could be like, hey, you want Taco Bell? Let's go get it now, or Chipotle, or something, and we could all do it. And I could be like,
no, I don't like Chipotle, so you buy me Chipotle, I'm giving it back to you.
Pull you from the hologram. But anyway. The food could not be a hologram. No, that would have to be real though. Okay, so anyway, the last question is this: when it comes to fashion, and like here's the thing about fashion, even like when it comes to styling people, there are all different types of body types. Everyone has, you know, like we just covered, you know, with plus size, there's things you should do, and there are things that you shouldn't do. When it comes to establishing though your base, like your clientele, and if I'm just starting out, and you talked about how you had friends who, you know, you basically styled in the beginning, who kind of helped you along. If you don't have though that support base, and you're looking to kind of get yourself started, you know, what would you suggest things that they do to get their name out there? Like, you know, we talked about Instagram, things like that, but like you talked about fashion shows. What are some beginning stylists tools that I can use to get my name out there?
You know what? For me to even answer that would kind of be on the spelling the fence, because honestly, the favor of God has been present in my career the entire time. I have not been having to be the person to pay someone to feature me or flag someone down to be like, hey, you know, look at me. You know, it's always have been able to come to me very easily. And I have that personality that's sort of like, okay, let me gravitate to Chandra. It's something about her where even if you dislike me, you still have to watch me because I'm something to see. But for beginners, I would definitely say if you're having a hard time for people to actually acknowledge you, learn how to go to them. So if you know there's an up-and-coming fashion show in your area, whether it be on campus, whether it be through the city, where you're at, say, hey, you know, can I style or can I possibly shadow the person that you have styling? And sometimes there are stylists, you know, myself, I will help you if I can. But most stylists, you know, it's kind of iffy. Some will help you, some won't. But it's all about if you want it bad enough, you'll go get it. Now, like I said, for me, you know, it's been a blessing to know that people have been watching me this entire time. I've been doing Style by D. Nicole for 2 years, and I've been incorporated for 1. So, well, not necessarily incorporated, but simply a business for 1. And I have learned that when you're doing something great, people are going to watch. So even if they're not paying attention to you right now, they will eventually, because you're bringing something to the table that's different. Now, I can speak on myself in the plus size arena. we have some bad girls. We got some really bad women that are doing the darn thing. And it's easy for each of us to be like, girl, I'm going to high five you for your style effort. If you feel as though you want to get out there, do it. If you want to get a website, get a website. Google allows you to be able to promote your business online if you have a website. For me, I use GoDaddy to do StyleByDinaCole.com. And that allows you to go in and really and truly utilize all the resources you have with social media, with the internet. If it comes down to actually a physical stand ground, get out there. Talk to boutiques. Talk to stores. If you have a Neiman Marcus, if you have Nordstrom, if you have a dealer, if you have a Belk. See any visual merchandising opportunities available. I was a visual merchandiser for Winston Retailers for a few months. And I worked with Kelsey Dagger. I worked with Jessica Simpson, Kenneth Cole. I got familiar with those brands, and what I would do is I'd take pictures of all my displays that I would do, and I would hashtag them. And so I always been able to utilize my resources, whether it be physical or virtual. And so the idea is if you want it bad enough, you'll go get it. You'll find creative ways to get your stuff out there, whether you're using Instagram, Twitter, using Tumblr, if you're using, Google search, if you're using, any specific thing that you can get your hands on. If you're saying, I want to be a stylist, I am a stylist, I want to get myself out there, you're going to go full gusto for what you want. So you'll definitely do that. And I said for me, it was simply more so social media before it actually hit physical. And I was really cool with it because what I did was I started Chandra's Fashion Closet. I would actually go in and use clothes out of my closet to create outfits, and I would sell them. Then I started the Polyboard. Then I started doing my own, hashtag, which is Chandra Style Sock, DNC Inspired, and also Fave Fashion Friday. For Fave Fashion Friday, that's every single Friday. And for the people that follow me know the routine. I will put a picture up from In Living Color that says 2 snaps for Friday, y'all. And it lets people know from that point on, it's Friday. It's about to be some fashion go down. Second one, it will be a picture that has hashtag Fave Fashion Friday. And it's letting it be known that I'm about to showcase some people that can dress their behinds off. So even if you cannot style, as far as like you're not getting yourself out there, I will put you out there. I will put you on my page and say, okay, this person right here is bad. So if you want to reach out to any of my contributing scouts that actually pick those girls, at one point I was picking them, but now they're picking the guys and the girls. You can just reach me on P56 Chandra on my Instagram. And you can actually talk to the girls. I'll actually make a post about it, so you can reach out to the girls who want to get out there and say, well, hey, I want my star Chandra, shout me out. And I would do that every single Friday. Chandra Style Stock are people that I actually fashionably stalk. These are people, like for me, there will be bloggers like Garner Style. There will be, my good friend Kim, which is nationally fashionable. Peggy, which is on the Q train. It can be Essie, which is, I think it's, what is Essie? I think it's Golden Lady 25. I believe that's what that is. My sister Crystal, hers is Bold Style Diary. And so for me, that's really letting people know that these are people that I'm paying attention to. So even if you can't get my attention, get their attention. Because we're all in the community of helping one another. And those people that I just mentioned, they're really good at, just really being an inspiration to you for styling as well. For me, DNC Inspired is simply coming from our Style by Dina Cole page. It's letting you know, hey, you can recreate these outfits. I'll put you on. No problem with me. But for anybody who's afraid, one thing about it is you have to take a leap of faith. I'm going to go from transition from just the typical aspect to a faith-based aspect. You have to have faith in styling because you're not going to get rich overnight. If this is a business that you're trying to make millions of dollars tomorrow, it does not work that way. You really have to have a passion for what you do. You really have to want to eat, breathe, and sleep fashion because that's all you're going to be doing. You're going to be doing runways. You're going to get turned down. You're going to have people tell you no. You're going to have naysayers. You're going to have people that's going to doubt you. But then you're going to have people that's going to be able to utilize your services. You're going to have people that's going to really want you to be a part of their team. It's always a positive and a negative with any industry. You have to really want this. If this is just a business you want to do 50%, 75%, it's not an industry for you. You have to be 100% sold out for your particular brand. You want to style. You want to do something that's going to benefit not only yourself as who you want to be, but your future person. Because you never know who you're inspiring. So for me, I do this 110%, 150%, 200%. I live Style by Dina Cole because this is what I do to serve God. This is what I do to be an inspiration to someone else. And this is what I see myself doing for the rest of my life. And that is not a job. This is what I love to do, so I'm never working. So for anybody that wants to get out there, you have to have faith in what you do. You can't necessarily, look at your neighbor and say, well, they're doing something different, so let me do what they do. No, that is a no. In this industry, swag jacking is like throwing shade. It's an extra no. Do what you do. Don't worry about the next person. You do what works for you. So if that means for you, if you like wearing beige and gold all day, wear beige and gold all day. For guys, if you want to mix your suits with, J's or dunks, do that. For girls, if you want to just show off those voluptuous curves or show off your nice slim figure, do what works for you. Do what makes you happy. Like I said, for me, that's mixing prints, wearing skirts, dresses, being able to experiment with funky earrings. Like these are Rashida girls. These are my favorite. These are her Tanika earrings. I absolutely love them. I learned to experiment with clothes, meaning I'm going to put a blazer on, a poncho. I might do some shorts one day. I might do a skirt one day. I might be able to jazz up. Sometimes I might wear the outfit the same. I might wear the same outfit 3 times. You'll never know it. And I'll accessorize it different or change something like how a shirt is put on. Or I may not put a blazer on the day. I might put a jacket on. So it's all about being able to have faith in yourself. If you want it, if you're hungry, you're going to go for it. You want your name to be in light. Also, speak your blessing to existence. I've been saying since 2012, honey, I want my name to be synonymous with fashion. When you think about Stalbert Nicole, Peter Chandra, whatever name you have associated with me, I want you to first think about fashion. And for some people, they try to be, negative with the word fat. For me, I don't necessarily care about the word fat. I say I'm a fat girl fresh. I say it all the time. And that's simply letting you know that even at a size 18 where my stomach is pretty large. It is. My arms are jiggly and fat like turkey meat. I'm all about being able to say, I'm dope, I'm fresh, I'm sexy, I'm something to look at. So you have to have that confidence because it's going to exude in your outfit. So let's say, believe in your brand, speak your blessing to existence, go hard in the paint. If you want to be creative, also in this issue, you have to be creative. I have never been the type of person to ever not have my own mind, my own ideas. And so I mark everything I do. So from Fave Fashion Friday to all my pages to every single thing with Chandra, it's one industry, and I'm down for just being myself. So if you're going to style, do the darn thing. And Gigi, I cannot hear you, honey.
My thing is muted. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm tired. But anyway, I just want to say thank you to everyone who joined us for Deshandra Gibson and for Amazah from Praise Clothing LA and Deshandra Gibson from Fashion by D. Nicole. I'm just really happy for them just to be able just to join us. You can tell your girlfriends and all your friends, whoever's tuning in, that they can always watch this a year later, 2 years later. You can watch it tomorrow. You can just share the link with your friends. But we have literally 3 hours, 4 hours worth of content for your women. So,
wonderful.
Yeah, so sit back, grab your popcorn. You can rewatch this whole panel with your friends if you ever want to. So we just want to say thank you just for those who are sticking through us, who have watched. I just checked the Google Analytics. We've had over about 100 people come through the site for tonight. So that's really a blast just to have.
Amen.
I just want to say thank you to everybody. And again, really the whole point of this whole panel is just that you can see that God, He really works in all areas and that He can really bless your finances and help you create a business. He can help you start one. He can help you even in your personal finances. So this is our second to last panel. Our last panel is next week. It's actually going to be next Tuesday at 9 p.m. And it's going to be on marketing and branding and PR. So if you want to learn how to market and brand,
I'm going to definitely hit that up.
Yeah, you will learn how to market yourself, brand yourself, or maybe you just need some more information about public relations. You can join myself. I will be moderating, and we will be having Raven Robinson again back from PR to Politics. We'll be having Lindsay Walker from I'm sorry, I can't even speak right. Lindsay Walker from Lynn PR Mentality, and then we're also going to be having Kiana McGee from Daughter of the King Royalty, who was from Detroit. She's going to be joining us to talk more about her brand as well. So again, thank you for joining us, and we hope that you guys all have a blessed night. I love you. Girls Royalty loves you. Our team, we love you so much, and we're just honored to be able to serve you guys and just to say that, look, it's all God, okay? So you guys have a blessed night. I'm going to end the broadcast, and we love you guys. Goodbye.